Let's dive straight in. We're looking at the contributors to this work. First up, Roger Backhouse from Birmingham. You might know him for his Penguin History of Economics, a hefty undertaking, trying to capture the whole sweep of economic thought. And he's also teamed up with Bateman on the Cambridge Companion to Keynes. Then there's Peter Boetke, firmly rooted in the Austrian tradition, based at George Mason and the Mercatus Center, and crucially, the editor of the Review of Austrian Economics. These are the heavyweights setting the stage. Next, Bruce Caldwell. This guy is practically synonymous with Friedrich Hayek. He's the general editor of the collected works of F.A. Hayek. Think about that task. Editing all those papers, letters, everything. His biography, Hayek's Challenge, gives us a real sense of the man behind the theories. Quite a contrast perhaps with Meghnad Desai, an emeritus professor from LSE. His work, The Root of All Evil, The Political Economy of Ezra Pound, takes a fascinating, if perhaps less conventional, look at political economy through the lens of a poet turned fascist. Shows the breadth of topics these scholars engage with. Now we move into philosophy proper, starting with Edward Feser. Based in California, he's got a solid background in political philosophy, philosophy of mind and religion. He's written specifically on Nozick, which tells you something about his interests. Then there's Andrew Gamble from Sheffield, a big name in British academia, fellow of both major academies. He's known for his critical take on Hayek, The Iron Cage of Liberty, quite a provocative title, suggesting Hayek's ideas might have unintended consequences. He even won the Sir Isaiah Berlin Prize for lifetime contribution. That's some serious recognition in political studies. Gerald F. Gauss is another key figure, particularly in political philosophy. He's been a professor at Tulane and now Arizona, and his work really bridges philosophy and economics. Justificatory Liberalism is a landmark text, grappling with how liberalism can be justified. He's also working on Principled Liberalism, suggesting a continued evolution of his thought. Alongside him, Chandran Kukathas, based at Utah, is another heavyweight. He's tackled Hayek's relationship with modern liberalism and co-authored a major work on Rawls. He's also deeply involved in editing key texts and handbooks, like the Sage Handbook of Political Theory alongside Gauss. Notice the collaboration here. Gauss and Kukathas have worked together extensively. Eric Mack brings us back to Tulane, where he's also part of the Murphy Institute of Political Economy. His focus is very classical liberal, moral individualism, natural rights, property rights, the limits of state power. It's a very foundational, almost first principles approach to political theory. Then we have Anthony O'Hare from Buckingham, a unique institution in the UK. He's not just a professor but also heads the Royal Institute of Philosophy and edits the journal Philosophy. He's written widely, including a book on Karl Popper back in 1980, showing long-standing engagement with key thinkers. Roger Scruton is a name that carries significant weight. He's taught everywhere from London to Boston to Virginia, and his work isn't confined to academia. It spills over into fiction and cultural commentary. Think aesthetics of music, but also broader philosophical reflections. His recent books suggest a continued exploration of deep themes. Then there's Jeremy Shearmur. This is interesting. He actually worked as an assistant to Karl Popper for 8 years right there at the LSE. That's invaluable first-hand experience. His biography of Popper, The Political Thought of Karl Popper, benefits immensely from that proximity. He later moved to Australia and continued his influential work. Finally, Robert Skidelsky, a titan in the field primarily known for his monumental 3-volume biography of John Maynard Keynes. Getting made a life peer and a Fellow of the British Academy speaks volumes about his impact. He's clearly still active, working on globalization and a history of 20th century Britain. And rounding out our list, Ian Scoble from Bridgewater State College. He's perhaps known for making philosophy accessible and engaging, co-editing collections like The Simpsons and Philosophy and Woody Allen and Philosophy. His work seems to bridge scholarly depth with popular appeal, aiming for a broader audience while still tackling serious topics like freedom and authority. And that wraps up our look at the contributors. Let's dive straight into the mind of Friedrich Hayek. Forget the usual suspects for the most influential thinker of the 20th century. Hayek is a serious contender, maybe even the heavyweight champion, especially if you look at the right side of the political spectrum. His fingerprints are all over the global capitalist victory lap we entered the 21st century on. Now, let's talk impact. Forget academic citations for a moment. Hayek wasn't just writing for dusty bookshelves. His road to serfdom became a Bible for the new right. Think Thatcher slamming the Constitution of Liberty on the table like a gauntlet thrown down. This is our creed. Reagan himself pointed directly to Hayek as shaping his economic thinking. Even Churchill, bless his heart, got swept up by it, warning about socialism leading to a Gestapo after reading Road to Serfdom. Now, whether that specific warning helped or hurt him politically is debatable, but it shows the sheer gravitational pull Hayek had on the levers of power. You could contrast this with giants like Rawls or Berlin, brilliant minds, hugely respected in their circles, but their ideas rarely translated so directly into political action. Hayek? He was the guy who wrote the playbook for the guys who actually won elections. But hold on, don't think Hayek was just a political hack. Oh no, his intellectual firepower was immense. He snagged a Nobel Prize in economics back in 1974, which is pretty impressive when you consider he had to share it with Gunnar Myrdal, a man whose views were practically the polar opposite. That tells you something about the respect his technical work commanded. And his partnership with Ludwig von Mises. Together, they basically laid down the gauntlet against socialism, arguing it wasn't just morally suspect, but fundamentally impossible to make work economically. This wasn't just about economics, though. Hayek's thinking exploded outwards. He started dissecting the very nature of liberal society, complex systems in general, how knowledge works, how laws form, how science progresses, and even how the mind itself functions. He ended up building this incredible sprawling intellectual edifice, touching almost every field. And get this, in cognitive science, he independently cooked up the connectionist model of the mind, the one that's now a major rival to the old symbolic processing view. Talk about range. For a long time, Hayek was somewhat persona non grata in certain academic circles, partly due to Road to Serfdom causing offense. But things are changing. More and more intellectuals, even some on the left, feel they need to engage with him. Why? Well, first, just look at the sheer volume and quality of his work. But there's also his style. Think about Robert Nozick, another big libertarian figure heavily influenced by Hayek. Nozick had a huge impact, but his ideas didn't quite gel into a fully worked-out system like John Rawls's. Hayek, though, spent years meticulously building his case, culminating in massive works like Law, Legislation, and Liberty. He avoided the trap of looking like a dilettante. Plus, he spoke the language of secular scientific reason, which gave him an edge over religiously motivated thinkers or more literary philosophers who might be dismissed as obscurantists. And crucially, he never descended into outright polemic. He always tried to give opponents the benefit of the doubt, unlike, say, Ayn Rand. This made him seem less like a shrill ideologue and more like a serious thinker, even to those who disagreed with him. So, what's the secret sauce in Hayek's thinking? It boils down to one fundamental idea. We know far less than we think we do, especially when we're dealing with complex stuff like human societies, institutions, or even our own minds. For Hayek, this wasn't just a minor point, it was the bedrock of everything. He argued that knowledge isn't some neat, centralized database accessible to the government or anyone. Instead, it's fragmented, scattered across millions of individuals. Think about it. Your knowledge about, say, fixing a car engine, or navigating a local street, or understanding a particular subculture, that's probably not in any official government file. Much of it is tacit too. It's know-how ingrained habits, things you can't easily write down as rules. It's embodied in practice. This limitation of knowledge, this fragmentation and tacitness, becomes the lens through which Hayek examines almost everything else. And this epistemological stance isn't just abstract philosophy. It has concrete implications everywhere. In economics, it leads him to champion free markets. Why? Because prices, in his view, are like miracle workers. they somehow magically aggregate all that dispersed, tacit knowledge about supply, demand, resources, tastes, and figure out the best allocation of resources without anyone needing to know everything. It's a distributed computing system run by millions of independent actors. In law, he looks at the common law system, developed slowly through precedents and case-by-case decisions, and sees it as superior to laws dreamed up by committees. Why? Because that slow, organic process is better at incorporating that dispersed knowledge of unfairnesses over time. Politically, it means he's skeptical of grand social engineering schemes. How can the government possibly know what's best for everyone on complex value issues? It can only enforce broad negative rules. Even in ethics, tradition gets a boost. Just as prices embody economic wisdom, traditions embody moral wisdom accumulated over generations, wiser than any single reformer. And philosophically, it pushes him towards acknowledging the limits of our own minds, suggesting much of how we think operates unconsciously. This focus on knowledge limitations gives Hayek's defense of the market some real strengths, advantages over other arguments. Take Adam Smith's invisible hand. People often misread it as saying capitalism just lets greedy people get rich while serving others. Hayek says, hold on. The market's case isn't about whether people are greedy or nice. Even if we were all saints, we'd still need the price system because we simply don't know enough about the economy to manage it centrally. Our ignorance is the problem, not our character flaws. Then there's the division of labor argument. Some critics say, well, technology will advance, AI will come, we'll eventually know everything, so Smith's point about specialization becomes irrelevant. Hayek retorts, nope, the problem isn't just that information is scattered due to specialization. It's that knowledge itself is inherently scattered and tacit. It's embedded in skills, experience, local conditions, things no central planner, however smart or aided by supercomputers, could ever realistically capture or process. So the need for market signals remains, regardless of technological progress. And this logic extends to tradition too. Think about those old-fashioned taboos or social norms. Modern therapeutic culture might say, we're compassionate now, we don't need those harsh rules anymore. Hayek would push back. He argues the value of tradition isn't just about keeping people in line, though maybe it did have that effect in harsher times. Its real value, like the markets, is in solving the problem of dispersed knowledge. Those traditions, those rules, embody countless lessons learned over generations about what actually works for human flourishing, about social needs, about potential pitfalls. An individual reformer, however well-intentioned and patient, simply doesn't have access to that accumulated wisdom. So Hayek gives both Burke and Smith a kind of scientific redemption. He strips away the cynical undertones sometimes associated with them and presents their arguments as grounded in a realistic understanding of how knowledge and order actually emerge. So putting it all together, Hayek really embodies the new right mindset. That's the blend of wanting free markets and limited government, but also encouraging personal responsibility, respecting tradition, and maybe even religion. Hayek's genius was weaving these threads together systematically. He saw both the outcomes of competitive markets and the wisdom embedded in traditions as resulting from similar processes, like filtering mechanisms or selection processes that naturally select solutions that work better because they incorporate more information than alternatives like central planning or radical social experiments. Interestingly, he tried to distance himself from both conservative and libertarian labels. While he leaned towards moral conservatism later in life and praised religion as important for the social preconditions of a market economy, his core economic philosophy remained firmly classical liberal. By the end, he called himself a Burkean Whig, a fascinating label that captures this blend of classical liberal economics and a conservative evolutionary view of society. Now Hayek wasn't naive. He wasn't some starry-eyed laissez-faire dreamer. He acknowledged the downsides of capitalism. He knew it doesn't always reward the deserving, which is why he argued for a minimal safety net. He wasn't opposed to government doing things beyond the bare minimum, as long as competition was allowed. He even shared Marx's concern about alienation. The feeling that modern life, with its impersonal rules, cuts us off from deeper communal purposes. But here's the crucial difference. Hayek didn't think we had a viable alternative if we wanted to keep the benefits of modernity, individual freedom, and material prosperity. He saw it as a tough choice: accept the trade-offs of modernity and the loss of community, or go back to a less prosperous, more traditional way of life. There's no third way, he argued. His promotion of a mild Burkean morality and religiosity was perhaps his attempt to soften the blow, to provide some warmth in the chilly atmosphere of pure liberalism. Okay, so that's the overview. The rest of this collection dives deep into various facets of Hayek's thought, guided by experts. Caldwell sets the stage with his Austrian roots. Backhouse tackles his early monetary work. Bodke goes into the nitty-gritty of the socialist calculation debate. Desai pits Hayek against Marx. Skidelsky explores the famous Keynes-Hayek rivalry, finding common ground. Gamble delves into Hayek's core theory of knowledge. O'Hare compares him to Popper. Schirmer looks at his politics. Scoble examines his philosophy of law. Koukouthas discusses his relationship with modern liberalism. Scruton analyzes his ties to conservatism. Gauss unpacks his evolutionary theories. Mack explores his ideas on justice. And Fieser tackles his fascinating work in cognitive science and philosophy of mind. Each essay offers a window into a different dimension of this complex thinker. Let's start digging into that Austrian connection. As outlined by Caldwell, it's twofold. First, Hayek was literally from Austria, grew up there, went to university there. Second, he formally trained within the Austrian School of Economics. His life took him across Europe and America, but his intellectual DNA was deeply Austrian. So, where do we look for this Austrian imprint? Primarily in his early years. We'll look at his family background, his schooling, and his university days in Vienna. Then, we'll explore what it meant to be trained as an Austrian economist. Hayek came from comfortable Viennese circumstances in 1899. His family was nominally Catholic but non-practicing. His father was a doctor with a passion for botany, hosting scientific gatherings, introducing young Friedrich to figures like Schrödinger. Hayek himself became an agnostic early on. School was a mixed bag. He initially tried a scientific track but flunked drawing, forcing a switch to a more humanities-focused school, where he apparently aced everything except the subject being taught. He admits he was lazy, cramming for exams, failing subjects, repeating a year. But when he got interested, like in biology thanks to his father's influence, he could dive deep. He collected plants, started his own herbarium, seriously considered becoming a biologist. His mother's side connected him to Viennese high society, giving him entree to academic circles. So a mix of scientific rigor from dad and social access from mom. University in Vienna post-World War I was a different story. Hayek thrived. He ditched the rigid school system for the vibrant university scene. He'd hop between lectures on art history, Greek, psychology, economics, chasing the best teachers. His initial majors, law and political economy, weren't his first love. He apparently hired a tutor to help him pass the Austrian law exams. Psychology and economics were where his real passion lay. A brief stint in Zurich exposed him to early positivist philosophy and brain anatomy work, even sparking ideas for his later book on the mind. But the real intellectual ferment was in Vienna's study circles. He joined a general Geistkreis with his childhood friend, and crucially, the Mises Circle from 1924 to 1931. This was where he met Ludwig von Mises, who would become a pivotal mentor. Hayek entered university as a Fabian socialist, but the chaos of post-war Vienna, the hyperinflation, the failed communist uprisings, and Mises's sharp critique of socialism began to turn him away from those early sympathies. Another huge intellectual force in post-war Vienna was Ernst Mach. Though Mach died during the war, his radical empiricist ideas were everywhere. He argued that scientific theories are just useful tools for organizing our sensations, not descriptions of an underlying reality. This directly fed into the logical positivists at the Vienna Circle. Interestingly, even economists like Schumpeter used Machian ideas to argue for the scientific status of general equilibrium theory. and the left in Vienna, including the Austro-Marxists, embraced Machian analysis as part of their scientific socialism. Hayek engaged with Mach too. As a student, he actually argued against Mach's idea that each sensation corresponds directly to one stimulus, proposing instead that sensations relate to each other based on past experiences. He was using Mach's own tools to challenge Mach. Although Mach's idea that our everyday perception of the world is a natural product of evolution resonated with themes Hayek would develop later. When Hayek first arrived at the University of Vienna, the founding figures of the Austrian school, Menger and Bohm-Bawerk, were either retired or deceased. The economics department was largely run by Karl Grunberg, a socialist historian, and Othmar Spann, whom Hayek didn't rate highly. But then, Friedrich von Wieser returned from government service. Hayek gravitated towards him, writing his dissertation on imputation theory, a key Austrian contribution. Wieser's emphasis on value regardless of social structure foreshadowed the socialist calculation debate. His method of decreasing levels of abstraction influenced Hayek's later work. But the real game-changer was Ludwig von Mises. Mises became Hayek's mentor, helping him get research experience in America, securing him a job, and playing a crucial role in steering him away from socialism. Mises's expertise in monetary theory also pointed Hayek towards that area of research. Hayek's early career focused squarely on monetary theory and the business cycle. His trip to the US showed him theory wasn't as advanced as he hoped, so he dove into practical monetary policy issues. He wrote a paper analyzing US monetary policy, mentioning the Austrian explanation for the cycle. His colleague Haberler pushed him to spell out the theory properly, leading to a famous long footnote that essentially launched Hayek's own version of Mises's business cycle theory. This culminated in his first two books, Prices and Production and Monetary Theory and the Trade Cycle. A paper critiquing American economists Foster and Catchings caught the eye of Lionel Robbins at the LSE, leading to Hayek's move to London. His work drew on Mises, but also heavily on the Swedish economist Knut Wicksell, integrating different strands of thought. This work also put him in direct opposition to German economists like Adolf Loewe, setting the stage for his famous encounter with Keynes. That encounter with Keynes was pivotal. Keynes's 1930 treatise on money used Wicksell's ideas but ignored his crucial work on capital theory. Hayek reviewed Keynes's book, criticizing this omission. Keynes fired back, attacking Hayek's prices and production. This clash thrust Hayek onto the British academic stage. Of course, Keynes's general theory later dominated the conversation. But the encounter forced Hayek to rethink his own foundations, particularly his use of an average period of production. This led to a monumental project, The Pure Theory of Capital, published in 1941. Exhausting, it nearly broke him, and it wasn't the dynamic model he hoped for. But it showcased his ability to synthesize ideas from across the globe, Austrian, Swedish, American, British, demonstrating a truly cosmopolitan approach by then. Around the same time, in the 1930s, Hayek started developing another revolutionary idea: how the market, through prices, coordinates economic activity when nobody knows everything. This led him to question the standard economic models of his day, which assumed perfect information and foresight, clearly unrealistic. Where did these ideas come from? It's hard to pin down exactly, but likely a confluence of factors. The ongoing socialist calculation debate, discussions with Swedish economists about expectations, and even a challenge from his old classmate Oskar Morgenstern about the logic of perfect foresight in market processes. This insight broadened his scope. He started looking at how other institutions, besides markets, help coordinate knowledge, and eventually asked how these institutions themselves arise. In a way, he was rediscovering themes from Karl Menger, the founder of the Austrian school, focusing on spontaneous orders, complex systems emerging unintentionally from individual actions. Being Austrian wasn't just about geography or training. It was about a specific intellectual tradition forged in opposition. The Austrian school arose fighting against the German historical school. The historian said, "Forget universal laws. Every nation has its unique path, shaped by its history and culture. Abstract theory is just British parochialism." Menger retorted, Fine, maybe your value theory is wrong, but we can still have theory. We can explain how institutions like money and prices emerge spontaneously from people pursuing their own goals. This clash defined the Austrian approach. Hayek inherited this commitment to theory. He famously attacked empirical studies devoid of theory. He also clashed with Wesley Mitchell's behaviorist approach, which relied heavily on statistics, seeing it as another dead end. This skepticism towards purely empirical approaches aligned him with the positivists, especially through Otto Neurath, who advocated for a planned economy run by scientists using statistics. For Hayek and the Austrians, positivism and socialism were often hand in glove. Through the Mises Circle, Hayek absorbed Mises's critique of positivism, agreeing wholeheartedly that the positivists weren't genuine scientists. This background fueled Hayek's campaign against socialism, starting in the 1930s. Initially, he was just translating the arguments of the German socialist calculation debate for an English-speaking audience. But quickly, he broadened his attack. It wasn't just about economics anymore. It was about the philosophy and methodology behind socialism. In a key essay during World War II, he lumped together various approaches under the term scientism. Thinkers across the spectrum, positivists, socialists, historical economists, institutionalists, all shared a belief, in Hayek's view, that objective science and data collection could be used to plan society efficiently, often leading to socialist ends. The Austrian alternative was clear: focus on subjective individual choices, use theoretical analysis, and recognize the power of spontaneous orders emerging from human action, rather than trying to centrally plan everything. This brings us to Hayek's surprising affinity with Karl Popper. They were both Viennese, though they didn't know each other back then. Popper was actually more left-leaning politically, but intellectually, they clicked. Gottfried Haberler introduced Hayek to Popper's work, specifically to challenge the excesses of positivism. Hayek read Popper's early work and was struck by how it mirrored his own feelings. Popper's idea of falsification, that a theory must be testable and potentially proven wrong to be scientific, resonated deeply. Similarly, Popper's attack on inductivism, the idea that science comes from just collecting facts, aligned perfectly with the Austrian critique of the historical school and positivists. Both were modernists, believers in the power of science but wary of pseudoscience. When Hayek attacked socialism, he didn't just say it was morally bad, he argued it was scientifically impossible, it couldn't achieve its stated goals. Same with his critique of behaviorism in the sensory order. He attacked it on its own terms, saying it failed the test of being a proper scientific theory. So, wrapping up this section, Hayek remained a steadfast believer in the power of science throughout his life. But his most profound contribution, perhaps, was highlighting the severe limits of our knowledge. This realization inevitably leads to a conclusion that we can't really control or design social outcomes as effectively as we'd like to think. As he put it in his preface to Monetary Theory and the Trade Cycle, we must be painfully aware of how little we know about the forces we try to manage. It's a humbling perspective, one that continues to resonate. We've just touched upon Hayek's broader intellectual landscape and his place in the Austrian school. Now let's zoom in on a specific period when he was truly a heavyweight in the economic arena, before his later fame as a philosopher of freedom really took off. This chapter dives into his work on money and the business cycle during that crucial pre-World War II era, when he was genuinely considered one of the top dogs, even by those who didn't agree with him. Think of it as his economist superpower phase. Alright, so what did Hayek actually write during this peak period? Well, the big foundational stuff includes his doctoral thesis, Monetary Theory and the Trade Cycle, which he published in German back in 1929. That got translated into English in 1933. Then came Prices and Production, based on his famous lectures at the London School of Economics that really put him on the map for English-speaking audiences. Later, he synthesized much of this into Profits, Interest, and Investment, and culminated it in the Pure Theory of Capital, though that one got delayed by wartime exigencies. Now, here's a fascinating pivot. By the late 30s, while Keynesianism was rising, Hayek himself started shifting focus towards his critique of socialism and the road to serfdom. He saw that project as his main contribution to the war effort, essentially arguing that central planning led to tyranny. But remember, all this monetary cycle work happened before that shift. And the context? Turbulent times. The ghost of German hyperinflation loomed large, and the world was grappling with the aftermath of the 1929 crash. Hayek looked at the US boom and bust and had a very different diagnosis than Keynes. This brings us to the famous showdown between Hayek and Keynes in 1931. Keynes was essentially saying, look, the economy's tanking, let's use government tools. Cut interest rates, throw some money into public projects, maybe slap on some tariffs to protect our industries. We need stimulus. Hayek, however, had a radically different view. He argued that the US boom of the 20s wasn't just a bubble, it was fundamentally flawed because of loose monetary policy. Low interest rates encouraged borrowing and investment far beyond what actual savings could support. His prescription? Do nothing. Let the inevitable correction happen. Trying to prop it up with more spending or easier credit would only make things worse in the long run. It's like trying to patch a leaky roof with more water, it just delays the inevitable flood. Hayek believed these interventions would merely postpone the crisis and make the eventual downturn deeper and more painful. A direct ideological clash over how to manage capitalism's ups and downs. Now, let's step back and look at the economics profession itself during the late 1920s and early 30s. It was a bit of a Wild West situation compared to today's highly technical field. You had tons of theories trying to explain why economies went through booms and busts. Some blamed real-world shocks like new inventions or wars. Others pointed squarely at money supply changes. Still others talked about waves of optimism and pessimism among entrepreneurs. The problem was there wasn't much formal mathematical modeling connecting these ideas. Integration often meant weaving different explanations together into a narrative, like Wesley Mitchell did. In monetary economics, the quantity theory of money, basically the idea that money supply drives price levels, offered a slightly more structured debate. But even there were disagreements. What's crucial is that the monetary theories of the cycle clearly showed these two areas, business cycles and money, were deeply intertwined. Interestingly, despite their later disagreements, both Keynes and Hayek initially found common ground in the work of the Swedish economist Knut Wicksell. Wicksell had this neat idea around the turn of the century. He talked about two interest rates, the natural rate and the market rate. The natural rate is what you'd get if the economy were perfectly balanced, where the amount people want to save exactly matches the amount businesses want to invest. It reflects the real productivity of the economy. The market rate, however, is what banks actually charge, and that's influenced by their policies, especially regarding money creation. Wicksell argued that if the market rate falls below this natural rate, boom, investment outstrips saving. Where does the extra money come from? Banks create it by lending more freely. Hayek's teacher Ludwig von Mises picked up on this. Mises saw this wasn't just about inflation, it was the engine of the business cycle. If interest rates are too low, people consume too much, savings dry up, and eventually you run out of consumer goods. Prices rise, the party stops, the fixed, neutral money, keeping the market rate aligned with the natural rate. But here's where things get tricky, what Laidler called an intellectual muddle of impressive proportions. What exactly does this neutral money mean? You can define the natural rate in different ways. Maybe it's the rate where saving equals investment, meaning no new money needs to be created. Or maybe it's the rate where prices stay stable, no inflation. Or perhaps it's the rate reflecting the true productivity of capital goods. In a simple unchanging stationary economy, these definitions line up nicely. But in a growing economy, things get messy. Imagine the economy grows by 4% each year. People need more cash for transactions, so the money supply naturally expands by 4%. At the same time, maybe the natural rate of interest is rising due to innovation. Banks might keep the market rate artificially low, allowing investment to exceed saving, and the money supply is expanding. But because the must apply exactly in line with the 4% economic growth, there's no inflation. So you have zero inflation, which looks like monetary neutrality according to definition 2, but saving is not equal to investment, which suggests non-neutrality according to definition 1. How do you square this circle? Hayek's answer to this muddle was quite decisive. He argued that neutrality fundamentally requires saving to equal investment. Forget the zero inflation definition for a moment. Even if the economy is growing and there's no inflation, because the money supply is expanding just enough to match that growth, if investment is still fueled by bank credit rather than actual savings, the economy is distorted. Resources are being misallocated, too much poured into long-term investment projects, not enough left for immediate consumption. Why does this matter so much? Because the artificially low interest rate doesn't just encourage more investment, it encourages the wrong kind of investment. It pushes producers towards overly capital-intensive methods, stretching production timelines longer than they should be, given the underlying level of real savings. This structural distortion, this misalignment of the entire production structure, is what Hayek identified as the core problem. It's worse than just having inflation or deflation. To achieve true neutrality, he concluded, saving must equal investment, even if that means accepting falling prices in a growing economy. To really grasp why Hayek was so obsessed with this saving equals investment condition, we need to dive into his theory of capital. This is arguably the heart of his cycle theory. Most economists think of capital as a stock of physical stuff, buildings, machines, vehicles. The bigger the stock, the more productive labor becomes. Hayek, following the Austrian tradition, had a different take. For him, capital wasn't just about quantity, it was fundamentally about time. The key property of a capital good is that it allows production to happen over a longer period. Think about building roads. You could do it the old-fashioned way. Lots of workers with pickaxes and shovels. Very labor-intensive, relatively quick process from start to finish. Or you could use massive earth-moving equipment, much more capital-intensive. But making those machines takes time, and making the tools to make those machines takes even more time. The whole process, from the first spark of labor to the final paved road, is much longer. Hayek used diagrams to illustrate this. Look at Figure 1, a three-stage production process. Stage 1 makes machine tools requiring 40 units of labor. Stage 2 uses those tools to make mechanical shovels, another 40 units of labor. Stage 3 uses the shovels to build the road, yet another 40 units. The cumulative output shown represents the total labor embodied at each stage. Now compare that to Figure 2, a four-stage process. Here each stage uses 30 units of labor, but there are 4 stages: tools, machines, shovels, and finally the road. Notice the total labor input is similar, 120 units, but the process is stretched out over more periods. The key insight is that the length of the production process, the time span from initial input to final output, is what matters for capital intensity, not just the total amount of labor or the number of stages. Now, enter the interest rate. Building takes time, and money tied up in production has an opportunity cost. That's what interest represents. Let's say the interest rate is 10%. For the three-stage process, Figure 1, the total interest cost on the invested labor over time comes out to roughly 12 units of labor value, making the total cost 132. For the four-stage process, Figure 2, the interest cost is higher, around 18, leading to a total cost of 138. If both processes produce the same amount of road, say 1 kilometer, the three-stage process would be cheaper and thus preferred. But what if the four-stage process is more efficient, producing 1.1 kilometers for the same total labor input? If roads sell for $1.20 per kilometer, the four-stage process might actually yield a profit, while the three-stage makes a loss. Entrepreneurs will choose the more profitable, longer process. But now, imagine the interest rate jumps to 20%. The interest cost for the three-stage process might now be 24, making it break-even or profitable. The four-stage process's cost skyrockets to 36, turning it into a money loser. Suddenly, the longer process becomes unprofitable, and everyone switches back to the shorter three-stage method. This shows how interest rates directly influence which production techniques are viable. So, what are the big takeaways from this abstract example? First, the capital intensity of a production process isn't just about having more machines. It's measured by the duration of the production process, considering when different inputs of labor are applied. Second, and critically, interest rates act as a signal. When rates rise, it becomes more expensive to tie up capital for long periods, pushing producers towards shorter, faster production methods. When rates fall, the opposite happens. Third, and this is a major departure from simpler models, switching between production processes doesn't just mean using more or less of some generic capital. It means using different types of capital goods. The machines needed for a four-stage process are physically distinct from those needed for a three-stage process. This heterogeneity is key. Hayek realized that standard economic theory, which often focused on equilibrium at a single point in time, wasn't enough. Economic life is lived through time. So he pushed for an intertemporal equilibrium theory. This means understanding how prices evolve over time. Think about it. Prices for identical goods today might be different from prices tomorrow. Why? Maybe technology improves, making production cheaper, so prices tend to fall. In an equilibrium sense, this means people must correctly anticipate these future price changes and factor them into their decisions today. They don't just look at current prices, they look at expected future prices and costs. Hayek was particularly concerned about what happens when things change, like technological progress lowering costs. If production costs fall, but prices don't fall accordingly, it becomes increasingly profitable to produce that good, disrupting equilibrium. Crucially, he argued that even changes in the general price level play a role in resource allocation, especially decisions about producing now versus later. Stabilizing the general price level, he warned, could actually distort the necessary price adjustments driven by real changes, leading to inefficiency. Okay, bringing money back into the picture, Hayek argued in his 1929 work that the elasticity of the currency volume is the root cause of the trade cycle. Remember Wicksell and Mises? The natural rate of interest adjusts to real economic conditions, like new inventions boosting productivity. But the market rate set by banks often lags behind. Why? Fractional reserve banking. Banks take deposits, hold only a fraction as reserves, and lend out the rest. This creates money. When the natural rate rises, savers deposit more, banks compete for loans, and they can temporarily expand credit without raising rates, keeping the market rate below the natural rate. But eventually, banks run out of reserves and have to hike rates. This elasticity, this ability of the money supply to stretch and shrink based on bank liquidity, means the market rate doesn't always reflect the real equilibrium rate. Hayek's conclusion was stark. The very structure of banking makes monetary fluctuations inevitable. Avoiding them would require fixing the total amount of bank deposits, but he acknowledged that might stifle progress by keeping interest rates too high. So, how did Hayek apply this theory to the unfolding Great Depression? He argued that the 1920s US boom, despite appearing stable with roughly constant prices, was actually fueled by overly expansionary monetary policy. According to his theory, true neutrality in a growing economy should have involved falling prices. The fact that prices stayed flat suggested the money supply was expanding too quickly relative to real savings. This kept interest rates artificially low, encouraging that shift towards longer, more capital-intensive production processes. Then came the bust. Eventually, banks couldn't sustain the low rates and had to raise them. Suddenly, those long, complex production lines became unprofitable. The problem: all those specialized intermediate goods, like the custom machinery for the four-stage process, were already made. Producers wanted to switch back to simpler, shorter processes, but it takes time to adjust. Factories close, but the new, simpler factories haven't opened yet. Workers lose jobs, unemployment spikes. The depression, in Hayek's view, was the painful, unavoidable process of the economy, unwinding these unsustainable structures and returning to a sustainable, though perhaps less productive, configuration. Now, Hayek wasn't static. After the devastating impact of the depression, his thinking evolved. He started questioning the extreme reliance on perfect equilibrium. In his 1937 paper, Economics and Knowledge, he grappled with whether equilibrium even makes sense when applied to groups of individuals with dispersed knowledge. He moved towards a broader concept. Equilibrium isn't just about static consistency, but about the consistency of beliefs with outcomes and with each other's beliefs. This shift meant he placed much greater emphasis on expectations. How do people anticipate the future? And crucially, how do those expectations affect behavior, sometimes amplifying downturns? He began exploring scenarios where rigidities like sticky wages or prices, or even self-fulfilling prophecies, could make recessions deeper and longer, potentially preventing the system from ever reaching a stable state. It's a move away from pure equilibrium towards a more dynamic, expectation-driven analysis. Hayek's magnum opus on this topic, The Pure Theory of Capital, published in 1941, aimed to provide a more systematic integration of money and capital theory. The linchpin? The interaction between monetary factors, interest rates, money supply, and real factors, the structure of production, the nature of capital goods, via the price system. He firmly believed that the essence of the business cycle lay in this interplay. Looking at Keynes' general theory, which had become hugely influential, Hayek was scathing. He felt Keynes had thrown out the baby with the bathwater, focusing almost exclusively on short-run monetary manipulation and demand management, completely ignoring the deep-seated constraints imposed by the real side of the economy, specifically the structure of capital. Keynes treated capital as a uniform blob, easily shifted around. Hayek insisted it was heterogeneous, specific, and difficult to redirect once established. His critique was fierce, calling Keynes' approach a betrayal of economics and a threat to civilization, obsessed with short-term fixes while ignoring long-run realities. So, how should we evaluate Hayek's contribution? On one hand, his methodology was clear. He believed you couldn't understand fluctuations without first understanding equilibrium. He famously claimed that static analysis was the only way to explain fundamental phenomena like prices and incomes, which are essential for understanding fluctuations. He even went so far as to say that the existence of unemployed resources wasn't explained by static analysis, implying a strong faith in its explanatory power. Even after his 1937 shift, he retained a modified equilibrium concept as a benchmark for analyzing dynamics, focusing on situations where plans remained consistent because people correctly anticipated others' actions. His ultimate goal was to demonstrate, using this Austrian theory of capital, that capitalism inherently suffers periodic unemployment spells and that an elastic money supply makes these spells worse. But Hayek's approach faced significant hurdles. The biggest challenge was developing a rigorous dynamic theory of how capital stocks and production actually change over time under these conditions. This is incredibly complex, especially when you factor in heterogeneous capital goods that become obsolete. The mathematical tools and computational power simply weren't available to Hayek to build and test such intricate models deductively. As a result, he couldn't formally prove some of his key claims, like the precise negative relationship between interest rates and the length of production periods. His theory remained more of a powerful illustration of potential mechanisms, rather than a watertight deduction of what must happen. Another issue was empirical. His theory heavily relied on the assumption that capital goods are indeed heterogeneous and specific. While true for some things, many capital goods can be adapted. Quantifying this specificity is tough. Finally, Hayek's theory got overshadowed by Keynesianism. Keynes' theory, despite its own methodological weaknesses, offered a simpler, more elegant framework that was easier to work with mathematically and statistically. Hayek himself didn't really engage in statistical testing of his ideas, so Keynes won the day, at least for a while. In conclusion, Hayek's work on money and the business cycle, particularly during his pre-war peak, offered a compelling if complex alternative narrative. It emphasized the importance of the real economy's structure, particularly capital, and how monetary policy could distort it, leading to inevitable cycles. While his theoretical rigor in modeling dynamic adjustments was limited by the tools of his time, and his empirical grounding was weaker. His insights about the dangers of monetary meddling and the significance of capital structure resonated deeply. These ideas wouldn't fully resurface until decades later, during the 1970s supply-side revolution, though economists then used different analytical tools. Hayek laid important groundwork, even if his immediate impact was overshadowed. So we've just explored Hayek's views on money and the business cycle. Now, let's zoom in on one of his most famous intellectual battles, his critique of socialism. When you think Hayek, what comes to mind? Probably The Road to Serfdom, right? That book basically became a cultural touchstone against any form of government control over the economy. He wasn't just picking on the loud, fiery Marxists. He was equally critical of the more moderate social democrats building welfare states after World War II. Think of him as the heavyweight champion of free markets, determined to defend capitalism against all comers. His core argument boils down to three big ideas, which we can call the Hayek conjectures. First, markets are like this incredible information network, using prices to connect everyone's scattered knowledge. Second, socialism messes this up because it throws out the price system, leaving planners in the dark. And third, even if socialism could work economically, it's inherently dangerous because it concentrates power. And guess who ends up in charge? The guys best at manipulating that power. Simple, right? Well, not quite. Now, Hayek didn't invent this fight alone. He was heavily influenced by his mentor, Ludwig von Mises. Mises was the original heavyweight champ in this corner, laying down the gauntlet against socialism way back in the 1920s. Remember the Austrian theory of the trade cycle? That's Mises and Hayek's joint project. It's built on some key ideas. Capital isn't just one thing. It's a complex mix of different machines and materials that need constant reorganizing. Production isn't instant. It happens over time, requiring careful planning across different stages. And crucially, when the money supply changes, it doesn't just make everything jump up or down proportionally. It messes with the relative prices, creating distortions. Mises applied this thinking to socialism. He argued that if you take away private property in the means of production, you kill the ability to do rational economic calculation. How do you know what's efficient? You need prices. Without a market for factories and machines, you don't have prices for them. No prices, no way to compare costs and benefits, no way to figure out the best way to invest. As Mises put it, it's like trying to navigate a maze blindfolded, all steps in the dark. He even said that owning property creates a mental division of labor, where people specialize in knowing things relevant to their specific assets. It's a foundational critique. So Mises throws down the gauntlet. But here's where it gets ironic. While Hayek and Mises were busy arguing against socialism, something unexpected happened. The very tools of neoclassical economics, the marginal revolution, the focus on equilibrium, the use of calculus, started being used to try and save socialism. Think about the context. The Great Depression was raging, capitalism looked shaky, unstable, unjust. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union was pulling off industrial miracles. It seemed like socialist planning was winning. Into this mix steps Hayek at the London School of Economics in the early 1930s. He's bringing the latest European neoclassical ideas to Britain. He even wrote that economists had improved things massively with the marginal revolution, but the wider world, especially the historicists, just ignored it, letting crazy utopian ideas like socialism flourish. But then, bam, people like Frederick Taylor, Frank Knight, Abba Lerner, and especially Oscar Lange started saying, hold on, maybe socialism can be efficient after all. They pointed out a formal similarity. If you want efficiency, you need conditions like marginal cost pricing. Why not just mandate those conditions under socialism? It was like taking the enemy's weapons and turning them around. And Lang really ran with this. He basically said, okay, Mises, you say socialism can't calculate, fine, let's give it a try. His plan was elegant in its simplicity. Keep consumer goods and labor markets free, but put the big factories under state control. Now, tell the managers of these state-owned firms two simple rules. 1. Price your stuff at the marginal cost of making it, and two, produce exactly the amount that minimizes your average cost. If they mess up, they can adjust based on inventory levels. Lang argued this would magically achieve the same productive efficiency as capitalism. But wait, there's more. He claimed socialism would actually be better than capitalism because it could eliminate monopolies and business cycles. Plus, since the state owns everything, it could easily distribute wealth more evenly. Suddenly, the sophisticated machinery of neoclassical economics wasn't just defending capitalism. It was being weaponized to justify a socialist alternative. This was a huge blow to Hayek and Mises. Hayek couldn't just stand by. He had to respond, and his response was a masterclass in dissecting the limitations of the Lang model. His first major point was about equilibrium versus process. Look at Lang's model. It's all about reaching a perfect state where everything is optimally priced and produced. But Hayek asked, what about getting there? He pointed out that models like Schumpeter's idea of imputing value from consumer goods to producer goods only work perfectly in a static general equilibrium where all plans are already coordinated. But how does that coordination actually happen in the messy, dynamic real world? How do entrepreneurs figure out what capital goods are valuable based on future consumer demand? Mises' original calculation problem wasn't about whether equilibrium is possible. It was about the process of discovery and adaptation that leads to it. By focusing only on the endpoint, Lang's model conveniently ignored the very problem Mises identified. It's like saying, we have a perfect map of the destination, therefore the journey is trivial. Hayek doubled down on this critique. He argued that conditions like price equals marginal cost or minimum average cost aren't rules you follow to get to equilibrium. They are the results of a competitive process where everyone is constantly trying to do better. Entrepreneurs aren't given these formulas. They have to figure out the best price and method every single day through trial and error. This is where Hayek really emphasized the informational role of prices, something traditional neoclassical theory often missed. Prices aren't just signals about scarcity. They are bundles of information, distilled from countless individual decisions and preferences. They help us navigate without needing to know everything ourselves. Hayek's famous use of knowledge in society laid this out beautifully. The crucial insight: this knowledge is local. It's tied to specific times, places, and circumstances. An entrepreneur knows exactly what kind of coffee beans sell best in their neighborhood right now. A central planner, thousands of miles away, cannot possibly possess or coordinate this dispersed, contextual knowledge. It's not just too hard to compute, it's fundamentally impossible to gather and use effectively. Planning faces an impossible task, not just a difficult one. This brings us back to the heart of liberalism, as Hayek saw it, echoing Adam Smith and David Hume. Their genius wasn't assuming everyone was saints. They showed how liberalism could work even with knaves, people driven purely by self-interest. Smith's invisible hand works precisely because it channels selfish motives towards beneficial outcomes, provided there are rules like respecting property and contracts. Hayek took this further. He argued that the institutions of liberalism, private property, freedom of contract, the rule of law, aren't just about incentives. They are essential frameworks that allow individuals with limited, local knowledge to coordinate their activities. We don't trust a single planner to know best. We trust the decentralized, competitive efforts of many. Hayek even flipped the script on liberty itself. He argued that we need liberty precisely because we are ignorant. If we knew everything, we wouldn't need freedom. Liberty is necessary because it allows unforeseen discoveries and adaptations, trusting that the independent efforts of many will lead to outcomes we couldn't predict or centrally plan. So, wrapping up Hayek's battle with socialism, it wasn't just a political squabble. It was deeply embedded in his entire career, from his technical work on capital theory right through to his philosophical reflections. He and Mises built a powerful case against the feasibility of socialist planning, grounded in rigorous economic analysis. Hayek's engagement with Keynes and the market socialists, while challenging, ultimately strengthened his own arguments by forcing him to clarify and refine them. He shifted his focus towards understanding the dynamic process of exchange, the methodological critique of overconfident scientism, and the deep importance of institutions. Those famous Hayek conjectures. They're not just slogans. Their strength comes from the vast intellectual edifice he built supporting them, spanning economics, political economy, and philosophy. That's why these debates, initiated decades ago, still resonate today. They're part of what Kenneth Boulding called our extended present. Now let's shift gears slightly. We often see Hayek and Marx as polar opposites, champions of liberty versus the prophet of revolution. And yet, surprisingly, they share some deep roots and tackled remarkably similar questions, albeit arriving at vastly different conclusions. Both saw societies as complex, self-organizing systems evolving through history, influenced by thinkers like Adam Smith and Hegel. In their core narratives, the state wasn't the main driver, it was more of a secondary actor. Both had massive, ambitious projects aiming to understand the inner workings of capitalism, its cycles, its accumulation dynamics, and they both set out to challenge the dominant economic theories of their time, classical economics for Marx and Walrasian general equilibrium for Hayek. Sadly, both projects remained unfinished. Marx stopped working on Capital Volumes 2 and 3, and Hayek abandoned his pure theory of capital. What united them most clearly was their intense focus on money. For both, money wasn't just a veil, it was central to understanding how capitalism functioned, especially its tendency towards crisis. Let's look at Marx first. For him, money wasn't just a medium of exchange. It was the universal solvent, the form where all specific values, like linen or shoes, dissolved into a single comparable measure. He famously analyzed the circuit of capital, MCM prime. Money buys commodities, C, primarily labor power and means of production which are transformed into new commodities, C prime, with more value, surplus value, which are then sold for a larger sum of money, M prime. Profit is the monetary manifestation of this surplus value, created uniquely by the expenditure of labor power. This led to a puzzle. If only labor creates surplus value, why bother investing in capital? Why replace workers with machines if they don't directly add to profit? Marx tried to solve this with his notoriously complex transformation problem, attempting to show how different rates of surplus value could yield equal profit rates. He also struggled with the problem of durable capital, how to account for the contribution of long-lasting machines versus raw materials consumed in production. Despite these difficulties, Marx saw cycles as integral to capitalism, driven by factors like the falling rate of profit and the fluctuating size of the reserve army of unemployed workers. Now Hayek. His mission was similar: integrate money into the elegant machinery of general equilibrium theory, specifically to explain business cycles, which standard GE models ruled out. He was critical of simplistic quantity theories of money, and wanted to understand how changes in the money supply affected relative prices, and thus resource allocation. His initial approach, outlined in monetary theory and the trade cycle and prices and production, was quite ingenious. He built on Bohm-Bawerk's idea of the period of production, the length of time needed to produce goods. Hayek envisioned an economy shifting between a shorter alpha economy and a longer beta economy. An artificial expansion of credit lowers interest rates, encouraging investment in longer, more complex projects, beta. But before the beta economy fully replaces the alpha economy, the credit dries up, interest rates spike, and the beta projects become unprofitable, leading to malinvestment, unemployment, and a crisis. The key insight? Capital is heterogeneous and non-shiftable. The resource tied up in unfinished beta projects can't easily be used for the shorter alpha production. The cure? Patience, waiting for the bad investments to be liquidated. However, this early model faced criticisms, like assuming capital was perfectly interchangeable and relying on somewhat arbitrary assumptions about bank behavior. Hayek kept refining his ideas, exploring profit rate fluctuations and the concertina effect in profits, interest, and investment. But his biggest undertaking was the pure theory of capital, PTC. Here, he tried to build a rigorous, formal theory of capital, moving beyond the Austrian narrative style. This was incredibly difficult terrain. As he admitted, defining capital in a dynamic disequilibrium world is fraught with problems. Capital isn't a single thing, it splits into different components with different behaviors. The Austrian concepts he relied on were suited for steady states, not the turmoil of cycles. After wrestling with these issues for years, PTC concluded that money introduces a loose joint into the otherwise self-equilibrating price mechanism, making smooth functioning impossible. The implication? Monetary policy should aim to minimize this slack, reinforcing his earlier view of monetary neutrality. But ultimately, PTC was a failure. Hayek himself acknowledged it was just an introduction, not the definitive theory he hoped for. Unable to crack the nut of integrating money and dynamic capital rigorously, and with the war raging, he shifted his focus elsewhere, towards philosophy. So Hayek and Marx, two titans tackling the same fundamental puzzles about capitalism's inner workings, money, capital, and cycles. They shared ambitions, they faced similar analytical hurdles, and tragically, they both left their grand projects incomplete. Yet, the insights they generated along the way, the questions they raised, and the debates they ignited remain profoundly influential. They left us with unfinished symphonies, rich with melody and tension, still echoing in our understanding of economic life. That's where we'll leave them for now. We've just navigated Hayek's rather pointed critiques of market socialism and Marxism. Now, let's pivot to a different kind of intellectual heavyweight bout, the famous rivalry between Hayek and Keynes. You know the names, the peaks of 20th century economic thought. Often painted as polar opposites, rarely actually clashing in the ring. But beneath the surface, both were fundamentally liberal in their core beliefs. This chapter digs into that fascinating tension, exploring how these two titans, despite their differences, ultimately found common ground on the grand stage of defending liberal values. Now, before they got bogged down in the weeds of macroeconomics, what did Hayek and Keynes actually agree on? Quite a lot, it turns out. First off, they were both fundamentally anti-central planning, especially the Soviet model. Think of it as their shared red line. They weren't necessarily ideological twins, but they shared a deep commitment to the principles underpinning Western civilization, things like the rule of law, a scientific approach, and a Christian ethical framework, as Keynes put it. The crucible that really forged this shared understanding was World War II. Facing the existential threat of fascism, Keynes declared their goal wasn't just victory, but bringing Germany back into the fold of Western civilization. Interestingly, even in the heat of war, Hayek commended Keynes' earlier work on fighting inflation, agreeing on the economics of scarcity, even if they differed on when it applied. And Keynes in turn was deeply moved by Hayek's road to serfdom, finding moral and philosophical agreement. The sheer scale of wartime production, achieving full employment, also naturally narrowed some of their economic disagreements. It was a moment where the bigger picture of liberty and civilization took precedence over specific policy debates. Okay, so they shared some ground, but they were clearly different beasts. Think hedgehog versus fox, as Isaiah Berlin famously described them. Hayek, the hedgehog, saw one big thing: any state interference in the market is inherently bad. He was the patient scholar, meticulous, deeply rooted in the Austrian tradition, his thinking shaped by the trauma of post-war hyperinflation wiping out his family fortune. His fear of inflation was visceral. Keynes the fox knew many things. He was the pragmatic administrator, impatient, quick to adapt, even change his theories based on circumstances. Hayek found this infuriating, seeing it as a lack of scientific rigor. Keynes, meanwhile, likely saw Hayek's unwavering stance as stubbornness. Hayek revered the past, the accumulated wisdom of tradition. Keynes, influenced by Moore and the Bloomsbury set, was more willing to repudiate tradition and embrace new ideas, even if it meant acting without full certainty. Their backgrounds played a role too. Keynes, steeped in the activist university tradition and Whitehall bureaucracy, while Hayek, an émigré, had a certain scholarly detachment, though his personal history colored his supposedly objective economics. This boiled down to a fundamental difference in time horizons. Hayek believed wisdom emerges slowly in the long run. Keynes felt the urgency of preventing catastrophe in the short run. One quote sums it up perfectly: Keynes famously said, "In the long run we are all dead," while Hayek believed, "In the long run we learn wisdom." Let's dig a bit deeper into their philosophical roots. The text mentions a sharp contrast between Hayek's cautious rule utilitarianism and Keynes' early act utilitarianism. Hayek trusted impersonal, traditional rules. Keynes initially seemed to prioritize individual actions and consequences. However, the author rightly points out that Keynes wasn't static. He grew up intellectually, moving towards something more like flexible Humean rules, embodied in things like the Bretton Woods system. Hayek conversely seemed stuck in his ways. But look closer and you find surprising overlaps. Both men approached economics through philosophy, not just dry math. They both stressed subjectivism, that values are subjective. They were skeptical of relying solely on econometrics. They believed in procedural justice. They weren't staunch egalitarians in the modern sense, believing wealth creation had positive spillovers. Neither was a pure Democrat. Both admired thinkers like Hume and Burke, and loved Mandeville's paradoxical insights about self-interest leading to public good. Crucially, both believed ideas mattered immensely, often more than vested interests or technology. And both, despite celebrating Western civilization's evolutionary success, felt a deep unease about its fragility. So while their temperaments and some interpretations diverged, their foundational assumptions as liberals were remarkably similar. All right, let's get to the heart of their debate, the business cycle. Hayek and Keynes started from fundamentally different assumptions about the market's natural state. Hayek believed the market, left alone, was a beautifully self-regulating machine. The only problem was credit creation by banks messing things up. His solution? Keep money neutral, stable relative to output, ideally via a strict gold standard. The Great Depression, Hayek saw it as the inevitable hangover from the 1920s credit binge, a period of malinvestment. The cure? Let the adjustment happen, painful as it might be. Keynes, however, looked at the same phenomenon and saw a sick patient needing a doctor. He argued that monetary management, including central bank control over credit, was crucial for stability. While agreeing with the quantity theory of money in the long run, Keynes focused on the short term, where prices and wages are sticky, expectations are uncertain, and businesses make errors. For Keynes, the depression wasn't caused by too much credit, but by too tight monetary policy choking off investment. His prescription? Active intervention to stabilize prices and prevent deflation. See the fundamental split? Hayek saw the cure as restraint, Keynes saw it as active management. Let's unpack Hayek's theory from his prices and production. It's a neat, logical chain. Step 1. People decide to save more, meaning consume less now. Step 2. This increases the supply of loanable funds, pushing interest rates down. Step 3. Lower rates signal producers, hey, investing in factories and machines is cheaper relative to making consumer goods now. So resources shift towards longer, more complex production processes. Step 4. Here comes the crucial twist. Banks create credit, essentially conjuring money out of thin air. This extra money lowers the market interest rate below what Hayek called the natural rate, the rate reflecting genuine savings and investment willingness. Step 5. Producers, fooled by the low rate, invest heavily in these long roundabout projects, but consumers haven't actually decided to save enough to support them. They're being forced to save because prices are rising. Step 6. Eventually, wages catch up, people want their old consumption levels back, and the whole unsustainable structure collapses. This is capital consumption, leading to crisis. Hayek's solution? Avoid this mess by keeping money neutral, preferably via a 100% gold standard. A very deterministic, almost fatalistic view of the cycle. But Hayek's elegant theory faced some serious challenges, most notably from Keynes and Piero Sraffa. Sraffa's critique was devastatingly simple. When one group is forced to save due to inflation, that money doesn't just vanish, it becomes the voluntary savings of others. The structure isn't temporary, the gains accrue. Hayek also stumbled on a logical inconsistency. His theory assumes perfect foresight and flexible prices, conditions under which the quantity theory of money holds perfectly. Yet he then explains the cycle precisely because prices don't adjust instantly. If prices adjusted perfectly, the initial credit expansion wouldn't distort the structure. Keynes, in his general theory, pointed out another flaw. Hayek confused the interest rate with the expected profitability of capital. More saving doesn't automatically mean better profit prospects. In fact, lower consumer goods prices hurt producer profits, potentially reducing overall income and actual saving. There's no inherent mechanism in Hayek's setup for the interest rate to fall in the way he described without prior monetary tinkering. Despite these critiques, Hayek clung to his theory, even using it to explain stagflation decades later. Now let's look at Keynes's approach in his treatise on money, published just before Hayek's book. Points 1 and 2 align: voluntary saving, equilibrium where saving equals investment. But here's where Keynes diverges sharply. He argues that saving and investment can easily get out of sync due to errors in expectations. Imagine a sudden wave of thrift hits, but nobody invests in new banana plantations. Keynes's famous banana parable illustrates this perfectly. Banana prices fall, plantation owners lose money, cut wages, hire fewer workers. Unless something changes, the economy spirals downwards. What stops this free fall? Keynes argues that monetary policy must step in, acting like a balancer to inject purchasing power and counteract the deflationary spiral. This is the core of his interventionist stance. The economy isn't automatically self-correcting in the short run. It needs active management to avoid disaster. Hayek, reviewing Keynes's treatise, was puzzled. He couldn't quite grasp how Keynes envisioned saving running ahead of investment without some prior monetary action triggering it. Hayek's confusion stemmed from his strong adherence to methodological individualism and his skepticism about aggregates. He essentially asked, if saving goes up but investment doesn't, how does the system keep producing the same mix of goods? His conclusion was right, though. Keynes's model, as presented in the treatise, didn't have an automatic mechanism to equate saving and investment. It relied on external intervention, monetary policy, to bridge the gap. Hayek saw Keynes's proposed solution, pumping money into the system, as a patch, a remedy not fully grounded in the theoretical logic of the treatise itself. It was a symptom of Keynes's broader belief that the economy needed active management, something Hayek fundamentally resisted. Keynes later tried to clarify the difference, suggesting Hayek operated in the realm of dynamic equilibrium, seeking to restore balance, while Keynes worked in disequilibrium, managing the economy away from full employment. Interestingly, their paths crossed again in a different way. Hayek, after his clashes with Keynes, largely abandoned the formal Walrasian equilibrium framework, redefining it in terms of the impossibility of perfect coordination given dispersed knowledge. This led him to become increasingly skeptical of macroeconomic policy altogether. Keynes, on the other hand, embraced equilibrium analysis in his magnum opus, the general theory, precisely because it provided a theoretical target for activist government. He needed a model to justify intervention. While Keynes retained his focus on uncertainty, the formal structure of his later work aligned more closely with the mathematical mainstream of the time. It's a fascinating irony. Hayek moved away from the equilibrium tools Keynes used, while Keynes adopted equilibrium concepts to argue for policies Hayek rejected. The war brought a new, urgent question: how to pay for it without wrecking the economy. This became a surprising point of convergence. The problem was clear. Wartime demand was immense, pushing prices up, inflationary pressure, but you needed to divert resources to war production, requiring high savings. Hayek's analysis was classic Austrian. Government spending is like extra investment, but if it doesn't reflect public willingness to save, i.e., reduce civilian consumption, it causes inflation. Consumers are forced to save involuntarily. Keynes proposed a clever alternative: compulsory saving, but not through inflation or rationing. Instead, he suggested a temporary tax surcharge on incomes, with the money held as deferred pay to be released after the war. This allowed workers to keep their higher wages, merely postponing consumption. Hayek surprisingly loved this idea. He saw it as a way to achieve necessary resource transfer without resorting to inflation's evils or the totalitarian controls of rationing. It was a moment where Keynes's practical ingenuity met Hayek's principled opposition to inflation. This wartime solution wasn't just about mechanics, it reflected Keynes's broader middle way philosophy. He was searching for a path between the Scylla of laissez-faire inflation and the Charybdis of totalitarian rationing. His goal was to protect the decentralized, individualistic fabric of society, what he called the miraculously woven fabric, even if it meant sparing some abuses. He urged both sides, reformers and conservatives, to recognize the rot within the existing system, but also the value of preserving liberty. The core idea was to regulate the aggregate level of spending power through macroeconomic policy, but leave individuals free to decide how to spend their personal incomes. This resonated deeply with Hayek's concerns about preserving freedom, even if Keynes's tools were different. It was a plea for pragmatism within a liberal framework, acknowledging imperfections but resisting extremes. Now we arrive at the heavyweight clash, Hayek's road to serfdom versus Keynesianism. Hayek's argument wasn't just about inefficiency, it was a moral and political indictment. He argued central planning was inherently corrosive to liberty. Why? First, because it lacks genuine consent. People resist having their lives directed by planners, forcing suppression. Second, the infamous slippery slope. Once you start directing the economy, you inevitably need more control to fix the problems you create, until eventually you have total control. Planning, for Hayek, required discretionary rules, constantly changing based on circumstance, which was fundamentally incompatible with the rule of law, fixed rules known beforehand. He saw Keynes's approach, using monetary policy and public works to manage the economy, as dangerously close to this path. While acknowledging the state's role in providing a legal framework and minimal security, Hayek was deeply suspicious of any significant public works or intervention, fearing it would lead down that slippery slope towards serfdom. Keynes read Road to Serfdom during the Atlantic crossing to Bretton Woods, and was initially struck by its moral force. He agreed with Hayek on many philosophical points: the link between economic and political freedom, the virtues of competition and decentralized decision-making, the importance of rules, and the dangers of excessive state spending. But then came the critique. First, Keynes challenged Hayek's slippery slope argument, pointing out that Hayek admitted the extreme wasn't possible, yet offered no guidance on where to draw the line. Keynes believed a middle course was feasible. Second, Keynes accused Hayek of prioritizing ideology over practical governance. He warned that ignoring economic instability would disillusion people with liberalism itself, making Hayek's abstract principles vulnerable. Third, Keynes made a controversial point about morality. Dangerous acts like planning could be safe if done by people with the right moral compass. Hayek shot back that this ignores how continuous intervention erodes that very sense of right. Finally, Keynes accused Hayek of confusing the material and moral. Hayek saw money as a tool for freedom. Keynes, influenced by Moore and Bloomsbury, viewed the relentless pursuit of money as deforming, something to be transcended once basic needs were met, as he envisioned in his essay on grandchildren. This brings us to Keynes's famous essay, Economic Possibilities for Our Grandchildren. It's a wonderfully optimistic, almost utopian piece. Based on the power of compound interest, Keynes predicted that future generations would finally escape the tunnel of economic necessity. With abundance, he argued, they could finally live good lives, focusing on virtue, enjoyment, and the good rather than just the useful. He even suggested we might have to pretend for a while longer that avarice is virtuous, because that's what's needed to get out of the tunnel. This stands in stark contrast to Hayek's view. Keynes believed there was a life beyond the relentless pursuit of wealth, a realm of ethics independent of material conditions. Hayek, however, saw the market process itself as the ultimate discovery mechanism for human ends. For him, there was no separate good life beyond the continuous process of satisfying preferences revealed through economic activity. Keynes's vision, while perhaps naive or ethnocentric by today's standards, represents a powerful critique of pure materialism, a theme that still resonates. So, where does this leave us? Looking back, Keynes arguably won the economic battle. His ideas, despite flaws, became the dominant paradigm for managing economies for decades. Hayek, by rejecting macroeconomics, found himself sidelined in that arena. Keynes gave liberalism a practical toolkit against socialism. Hayek provided a profound philosophical warning about the dangers of collectivism. In political philosophy, Hayek arguably holds the deeper insights, his warnings about the road to serfdom still echoing. Keynes, the pragmatic fox, was willing to bend rules to preserve the core. Hayek, the principled hedgehog, stood firm, sometimes leading to rigid conclusions. Both were defenders of freedom, but they fought their battles on different fronts, armed with different philosophies. Their story reminds us that defending liberty requires both sharp theory and practical wisdom. Picking up from our discussion of Keynes versus Hayek, it's clear that Hayek's intellectual universe was built on a rather different foundation. His most distinctive contribution, the one that really sets him apart in both economics and social science, is his theory of knowledge. It all starts with this rather sobering idea, our irremediable ignorance. Think about that phrase for a second. Not just some temporary gap in our understanding, but fundamental, unfixable ignorance. Hayek argues this isn't just a minor quirk, it's a basic fact of life in modern societies. Knowledge is scattered everywhere. No single mind can hold it all, and there are limits to what any of us can even know. Plus, things are constantly changing, actions have unforeseen consequences, and a huge chunk of what we know is tacit. It's just something we do, not something we can easily explain or write down. This means modern society isn't like a clockwork mechanism you can fully understand or control. It's more like a living, breathing, evolving organism. Let's dig into this irremediable ignorance a bit deeper. Hayek wasn't just throwing around a catchy phrase. He saw it as the absolute starting point for anyone trying to study society or the economy. He stated flatly that the dispersion and imperfection of all knowledge are two of the basic facts from which the social sciences have to start. No getting around it. Why is this so crucial? Well, first imagine trying to gather all the knowledge in the world. It's impossible. It's spread out across millions of people, each holding tiny fragments. Second, even if you could somehow collect it, human reason itself has limits. There are things we simply cannot know, whether we're acting as individuals or as theorists trying to figure out the system. And third, because we're constantly interacting, creating new things, and relying on unspoken understandings, society is changing, full of surprises, and much of our expertise is deeply personal and hard to articulate. For Hayek, figuring out how to grapple with these characteristics of knowledge wasn't just an academic puzzle. He believed it was the main job for anyone claiming to do serious social or economic theory. Now, here's where Hayek gets really pointed. He wasn't saying reason was useless. Far from it, he saw a role for it, especially in refining institutions and guiding policy. But, and this is a massive but, its power was extremely limited and it had to be wielded with extreme caution. He famously warned that acting on the belief that we possess the knowledge and the power which enable us to shape the processes of society entirely to our liking. Knowledge which in fact we do not possess is likely to make us do much harm. Think about that. It's a direct challenge to any grand plan for societal engineering. This idea of our fundamental ignorance wasn't just a side note in his work. It was the central thread running through almost everything he wrote for 50 years. Understanding Hayek, his entire intellectual system, his worldview, hinges on grasping this deep-seated skepticism about the scope of human knowledge. It's the lens through which he viewed pretty much everything else. Despite the profound impact of his ideas, Hayek's originality hasn't always been fully appreciated, especially outside a relatively small circle of scholars. Why? Partly, it's because people tend to read him through ideological lenses, seeing him as either a hero of liberalism or a villain of collectivism, rather than engaging with the nuances of his argument. But there's another reason. If you take his theory of knowledge seriously, it fundamentally challenges a lot of the standard approaches in economics and social science. It turns things upside down. Hayek was a true radical thinker, uncomfortable for established orthodoxies, even some of the ones he himself had once supported. This became starkly evident when he won the Nobel Prize in 1974. Many economists were genuinely surprised. They saw him as someone who'd been sidelined during the Keynesian dominance, who had drifted away from technical economics into philosophy. His groundbreaking work from the 1930s was largely forgotten. So many assumed he was getting the prize mainly for being a leading ideological champion of free markets, not necessarily for his contributions to economic theory itself. Because Hayek's work was so groundbreaking and often tackled problems in novel ways, it inevitably sparked controversy. Different interpretations emerged, often focusing on perceived inconsistencies in his thought. It's not unusual for major thinkers to present complex ideas that seem contradictory at first glance. Just like there's been the famous Adam Smith problem reconciling his earlier mercantilist views with his later liberalism, and the Karl Marx problem dealing with his early versus late works, so too is there a Hayek problem. One of the earliest attempts to articulate this was by Terence Hutchison, who noticed what seemed like a significant shift in Hayek's methodology, particularly a move away from Ludwig von Mises towards Karl Popper's ideas. But regardless of how you try to dissect Hayek's thought, whether you see shifts or consistencies, the core issue, the pivot around which everything else revolves, is always his theory of knowledge. That's the heart of the Hayek problem. So, where did this revolutionary idea of knowledge originate in Hayek's work? The seminal moment came in his 1937 article, Economics and Knowledge, published in Economica. What prompted this? Context is key. Around the same time, Hayek edited a volume called Collectivist Economic Planning. The mid-1930s saw the Soviet Union riding high, and Hayek felt it was important to bring back the arguments from the socialist calculation debate, highlighting why central planning was problematic from an Austrian perspective. This project reignited his interest in broader questions about economic liberalism and the underlying institutions needed for a free society. It wasn't just one thing, it was a confluence of influences. He was thinking about how prices work during business cycles, grappling with Frank Knight's pioneering ideas on risk and uncertainty, and drawing inspiration from the classical political economists like Carl Menger, Adam Smith, and David Hume. All these threads started weaving together into this new way of thinking about knowledge. In Economics and Knowledge, Hayek turned directly to his fellow economists and asked some pretty fundamental questions. First, he asked, what role do assumptions about knowledge play in your economic analysis? Do you consider how different people know different things? Second, he questioned how much real-world insight does your formal economic analysis actually give us about what's really happening out there? His answer to both was basically, very little. Why? Because, he argued, economists were making a critical mistake. They treated the data, the facts they were supposed to be explaining, as objective realities that the observing economist somehow knew perfectly. Hayek pushed back hard against this. He insisted that the real definition of data had to be subjective. It's the things known to the persons whose behavior we are trying to explain. The data isn't what's in the economist's head, it's what's in the actor's head. This is a massive shift in perspective. Hayek argued that economics could only claim to be a science to the extent that its theories dealt with things defined by human attitudes. Think about it. We talk about value, preference, intention. These aren't physical objects. By focusing on subjective data, economists had, perhaps unintentionally, stumbled upon an essential truth about how societies work, the critical role played by the dispersed knowledge held by each individual member. This led Hayek to pose what he called the central question of all social science. How can the combination of fragments of knowledge existing in different minds bring about results which, if they were to be brought about deliberately, would require a knowledge on the part of the directing mind which no single person can possess? This wasn't just an abstract puzzle, it was the core issue debated during the socialist calculation controversy. For Hayek, understanding this difference in how knowledge is used was the key to seeing why market systems were superior for coordinating complex modern societies. Instead of digging into how knowledge was actually acquired and used by people in society, Hayek observed that economists were pouring most of their energy into developing formal models. These models often relied on assumptions about knowledge that were wildly unrealistic. While he didn't dismiss formal logic or tools like equilibrium analysis outright, He was deeply concerned about how they were being applied. He felt they were often becoming tautological exercises, logical puzzles that said nothing meaningful about real social relations. He argued that the original intent behind equilibrium analysis, as envisioned by Walras and Pareto, had been lost. They had emphasized that their models weren't meant to replace reality, because there were simply too many details to account for. Correct foresight of all future events wasn't the point. Equilibrium meant that the knowledge and intentions of people in the economy were converging. To explain why that convergence might happen, Hayek insisted, required careful empirical study of how individuals actually acquire the necessary knowledge. Simply assuming it away, as many models did, drastically reduced the value of those models. Hayek argued that the modern market economy rests on a division of knowledge that's just as fundamental as Adam Smith's famous division of labor. This wasn't just a minor point. It was a core insight he developed and refined throughout his career, right up until his death. What kind of knowledge are we talking about? Hayek stressed it's local, dispersed, and fragmented. Crucially, much of it is tacit. It's embodied skill, ingrained habits, contextual understanding that you can't easily put into words or formulas. This knowledge is acquired and used by individuals acting independently, and it tends to be specific to their particular situation, place, and time. You can't just scoop it up and dump it into a central planning board, because it only exists for individuals in those specific contexts. However, despite this fragmentation, this dispersed knowledge is precisely what allows coordination in a vast anonymous modern economy, enabling a tolerable if imperfect order. Making this possible requires the right institutions, and crucially, individuals must be willing to follow abstract rules of conduct, rules they didn't design and often don't even consciously know they're following. This idea of rules emerging without conscious design extends beyond just economic institutions. Hayek saw the system of moral rules as perhaps the most important example of spontaneous order, right alongside language. He described it beautifully as an undesigned growth, a set of rules which govern our lives, but of which we can say neither why they are what they are nor what they do to us. Think about common law or basic norms of honesty and fairness. We often follow them without thinking, and while we might have some vague ideas about why they exist, their full rationale and intricate effects are often obscure, even to ourselves. Like language, these moral rules aren't handed down by a legislator or philosopher. They evolve organically through human interaction over time, serving to coordinate our behavior and make social cooperation possible. This deep dive into the nature of knowledge gave Hayek a powerful new way to argue for economic liberalism. Instead of just appealing to traditional moral values, which were becoming less convincing in the face of rising collectivism, he could now point to the practical mechanics of how knowledge works in a complex society. By focusing on how knowledge is acquired, communicated, and utilized in a market economy, he could directly contrast it with central planning. The critique wasn't just ideological, it was grounded in the differing epistemologies of the two systems. Hayek's work, particularly his famous book The Road to Serfdom, certainly proclaimed the values of classical liberalism. But beneath the polemics, his more fundamental intellectual contribution was this restatement of the liberal case, built squarely on the foundation of dispersed and tacit knowledge. It shifted the debate from abstract morality to concrete functionality. Hayek used this focus on knowledge to give economists a crucial reminder. When studying an economy, what truly matters is the knowledge of the individual agent, the person making decisions, not the economist observing them. Economists, he urged, should resist the temptation to make sweeping assumptions about what agents know, or worse, imagine that they themselves could ever possess the complete picture of everyone else's knowledge. The task, instead, was to start from the concepts and beliefs that actually guide individuals in their actions, rather than imposing preconceived theoretical results onto them. Only by understanding why people hold certain views could we hope to grasp the unintended and often uncomprehended results of the separate and yet interrelated actions of men in society. This flies in the face of a strong trend in modern rationalist and scientific thought, which often assumes the observer or scientist has a more comprehensive, almost godlike, perspective than the actors themselves. This leads directly into Hayek's critique of what he called the fatal conceit. This is the deeply ingrained belief, fueled by rationalist tendencies, that humans can somehow master their fate. The idea is that, through the centralization of knowledge, particularly via the practice of science, we can gain control over both our physical environment and our societies, ultimately improving every aspect of life according to a rational blueprint. Hayek saw this as a dangerous illusion. It's the belief that the scientist or planner, armed with superior knowledge, can dictate the terms of social organization. He argued that this attitude had permeated most ideologies and even most academic disciplines, including economics. It's the underlying assumption that drives the desire for grand social engineering projects, convinced that we can and should redesign society from the top down based on our supposedly superior understanding. So, when Hayek rejected this fatal conceit, was he making a purely empirical claim, something we could test in the real world? Or was it more of a methodological stance? Many philosophers and economists conventionally treat it as empirical. The argument goes like this. Hayek is essentially saying that central planning doesn't work empirically because you can't aggregate knowledge effectively, while decentralized markets and competition do work empirically to sustain modern societies. Thinkers like Ludwig von Mises before him had argued along similar lines, but Mises took a stronger a priori approach, claiming socialism was impossible by definition due to the lack of rational calculation without prices. Hayek, while accepting the general conclusion, seemed to shift the argument slightly. He appeared to move away from Mises' claim that socialism was impossible in principle, towards an empirical claim about the different ways knowledge is used in the two systems, making the market superior in practice. However, Hayek wasn't entirely convinced it was just an empirical question, even if we could somehow devise a perfect test. He believed there were deeper constitutional limits to human knowledge. These weren't just practical limitations we might overcome with better technology or more data. They were fundamental barriers. He stated that these limits formed a permanent barrier to the possibility of a rational construction of the whole of society. The problem wasn't necessarily a lack of information, it was the very nature of the human mind and its capacity to process information, especially when dealing with the immense complexity of social phenomena. Overcoming these limitations, Hayek suggested, wouldn't come from accumulating more knowledge, but from finding smarter ways to utilize the knowledge we already have, respecting its inherent dispersed and tacit nature. How did Hayek's view on the limits of social science compare to others, like Karl Popper? Popper famously argued that the difference between social and natural science was just a matter of degree. He believed there was still plenty of scope for generating useful knowledge in social sciences, enough for what he called piecemeal social engineering. Hayek agreed with Popper that the phenomena studied in social science were incredibly complex, making the scope for reliable knowledge extremely limited. He also agreed that it was theoretically impossible for social sciences to achieve the same kind of predictive and controlling power over society that natural sciences claimed over nature. However, Hayek was firmly opposed to what he called a positivist or constructivist conception of social science. He rejected it on two main grounds. First, because it fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the social phenomena being studied, and second, because it relied on a flawed, overly optimistic view of human reason. Looking at Hayek's overall epistemology, his thinking shows a drift towards thinkers like Popper and Hume, moving away from the earlier influences of Mises and Kant. However, even in his more empirically oriented moments, there's a strong a priori element, particularly in his conception of knowledge. Hayek arrived at his view of limited knowledge not primarily through detailed empirical studies, but through his fundamental stance on the nature of the human mind and human nature itself. He famously stated, "Man is not born wise, rational and good, but has to be taught to become so." From this premise, he concluded that human knowledge is inherently limited and will necessarily remain so. Consequently, our understanding of societies and economies will always be incomplete. This epistemological pessimism is a defining feature of his thought. It fuels his growing reverence for tradition and serves as a constant warning against any kind of interference by governments in the choices individuals make. As a methodological starting point, Hayek's emphasis on limited knowledge means social scientists must recognize upfront that they are dealing with phenomena of immense complexity that can never be fully grasped. This limitation operates on two levels. First, the individual agent knows only fragments of the truth about their circumstances and has limited power to control events. Second, the economist, the observer, also has limited knowledge of what individual agents actually know. Given this double layer of ignorance, Hayek strongly criticized the common practice in economic models of assuming agents have perfect information. He argued this is wrong on two counts. Firstly, agents could never realistically have perfect information. The world they navigate is one of radical uncertainty. Secondly, and more importantly, economists have no way of second-guessing agents. Assuming perfect information implies it might be possible for agents to approach it, which Hayek denied. He saw this assumption as setting up false trails and dangerously leading economists to imagine they can somehow fix the information deficiencies they observe in real markets, thereby justifying interventions that might actually worsen things. Where did this deep epistemological pessimism in Hayek come from? It's partly rooted in the Kantian view that our minds can't access the world as it is in itself, but only through the conceptual filters our own minds provide. All knowledge, therefore, comes with presuppositions. Theory always shapes experience. But Hayek was probably more influenced by the Humean tradition, which emphasizes the frailty and limitations of human reason. Knowledge produced by reason is always, in some sense, incomplete or imperfect. When you apply this to the social world, the complexity ramps up dramatically. Social phenomena appear so complex because they aren't just natural phenomena. They are made up of countless individual minds, each of which is limited and imperfect, yet capable of interpreting, valuing, and reasoning. This creates a potentially infinite number of variables and details, the sheer totality of which, Hayek concluded, can never be known by a single mind. No mind can take account of all the particular facts which are known to some men. One potential conclusion from all this complexity is that social science is impossible and should be abandoned. But Hayek believed otherwise. He argued that the complexity makes social science a difficult, but not impossible, project, provided its unique character is properly understood. The fragmentation of knowledge across many individual minds seems like an insurmountable barrier. Hayek gets around this by invoking a hermeneutic argument, the idea that we can understand others by understanding ourselves. This leads to what we might call the uniform minds hypothesis. Essentially, Hayek claimed that human minds, despite being independent and separate, share enough common features that by knowing our own mind, we can gain insight into the minds of others. Some philosophers have disputed this, arguing minds aren't uniform enough. Hayek acknowledged some criticisms, but maintained that there were sufficient common elements. Without this idea, he would lose a crucial foundation for his theory of knowledge, since he's committed to the idea that the data of social science is subjective individual knowledge, much of which is unique to each person. This aspect of Hayek's theory is deeply connected to the subjectivist tradition within the Austrian school. He was committed to a strong version of methodological individualism, the idea that all knowledge ultimately stems from individual experience and perception. But since he also stressed that knowledge is fragmented and dispersed, social science could only be feasible if there were enough common and collective elements present in all individuals' minds to make the products of other minds capable of being understood. Hayek believed we could derive from the knowledge of our own mind, in an a priori deductive fashion, an exhaustive classification of all the possible forms of intelligible behavior. This allowed for the distinctive Austrian understanding of concepts like value, prices, and costs, which are all subjective, defined by attitudes and preferences, not physical properties. As Hayek explained, things like tools, food, or even words only make sense in relation to someone's attitude towards them. We understand this by constantly acting on the assumption that we can interpret other people's actions on the analogy of our own mind. Hayek maintained that understanding human action is fundamentally different from understanding natural processes. You can't just list physical attributes to classify human actions objectively without resorting to the attitudes and intentions of the agent. He was a firm opponent of behaviorism and any form of positive social science that tried to create a false objectivism. The core of social science for him had to be subjectivism. This meant the business of social science wasn't prediction, nor was it about devising ways to measure human attitudes as if they were physical phenomena. Rather, it was about classifying types of individual behavior, uncovering patterns and principles. Hayek famously stated that all that the theory of the social sciences attempts is to provide a technique of reasoning which assists us in connecting individual facts, but which, like logic or mathematics, is not about the facts. The theory helps connect the dots, but the theory itself isn't about the specific facts it connects. This leads to a rather startling conclusion. According to Hayek, no social science theory can be verified or refuted by facts in the usual way. Later, he was influenced by Popper's emphasis on falsifiability, but in practice he found little use for it in his own work. He conceded that making theories as falsifiable as possible is desirable, but added a crucial caveat. We must also push forward into fields where, as we advance, the degree of falsifiability necessarily decreases. He wasn't primarily trying to collect facts or test hypotheses in the way natural scientists do. He saw himself as a theory builder, seeking economic reasoning-based social theory that honestly acknowledged its own limitations. He warned economists against overstepping, reminding them that they often forget the limits of their power and give the unjustified impression that their advanced theoretical insight enables them in concrete instances to predict the consequences of given events or measures. This emphasis on understanding human action from the inside raises the question, why didn't Hayek embrace history more fully? While he often respected historians, he was critical of many historical methods. A key issue for Hayek was the inability of many historians to distinguish between mere description and genuine theory. He saw two main flaws. Either historians treated facts uncritically, as if they existed objectively without any theoretical mediation, or they imposed speculative historicist interpretations onto the facts, much like the German historical school had done. For Hayek, social theory was indispensable for understanding human action. It didn't depend on simply accumulating more facts or attributing some objective meaning to history. Instead, it depended on exploring the logic of human action to uncover general patterns of social interaction, even if the specific details remained elusive. So social science, for Hayek, is the study of complex phenomena seeking to discover the abstract patterns that govern them. The difference between simple and complex patterns is just a matter of degree. Statistics can be very effective for simple regularities, but Hayek saw a danger in applying statistical methods to complex social phenomena. Statistics tends to deal with large numbers by eliminating complexity, treating individual elements uniformly, and misconstruing the intricate interrelationships between them. In fact, Hayek even declared early on that no simple regularities were to be expected in social science. This critique rules out much of what mainstream economics and some other social sciences do. Their mistake, according to Hayek, is applying the methods of physics, where you have a few observables with simple relations, to society. Instead, social sciences should model themselves on biology or astronomy. What they need is a cosmology, a theory of the evolution of society, just as astronomy developed a theory of the evolution of galaxies. Hayek greatly admired Darwin's theory of evolution, but not because he thought it could or should be directly imported into social science. He strongly condemned social Darwinism and sociobiology. What he valued about Darwin was that it was one of the best examples of pattern prediction in science. Darwin uncovered not laws but a general pattern, the process of evolution. The details were never going to be filled in completely, but the explanatory principle gained widespread acceptance among scientists. The theory didn't predict specific events. It described a range of possibilities, and its empirical content lay in what it said could not happen. Hayek argued that this was the standard economics and other theoretical social sciences should aim for. They too were studying organisms, societies which evolved, but these organisms were made up of vast numbers of individuals. The interactions and resulting order could only be explained by understanding human action and how coordination depended on individuals following abstract rules of conduct, selected over time because of the fragmented and limited nature of their knowledge. Hayek's critique of the perfect information assumption and his focus on unending consequences naturally led him to a much larger target: the role of reason in modern Western culture. He knew he'd be misunderstood, especially when he initially labeled his approach anti-rationalist. He later preferred Popper's term, critical rationalism, which was less confusing. Hayek always saw himself as a rationalist, a firm believer in the value of human reason, the importance of science, and the existence of universal truths. He was never an irrationalist or a nihilist. However, he argued that there wasn't just one kind of rationalism in the Western tradition. There was a dominant form, which rose after the French Revolution, that he believed was misguided and dangerous. He felt this dominant form had eclipsed a true, critical rationalism, and if left unchecked, it would prevent any proper analysis of Western civilization and how it might be preserved. What was this dangerous form of rationalism Hayek identified? He called it constructivist rationalism. This is the belief held by many scientists and constructivists that in the modern era, humans have thrown off the chains of tradition, superstition, and convention. According to this view, we can now design institutions, choose our morals, invent values, and plan societies as if starting from a blank slate. Modern science, with its promise of ever-increasing knowledge, seemed to fuel this belief, suggesting we could subject both the physical world and the social world to human purposes and preferences. Hayek saw the application of this kind of rationalism specifically to the social world as pernicious. It implies that nothing from the past should be preserved simply because it's old. Everything inherited should be interrogated by reason, and if found inadequate, abolished. The past becomes irrelevant, only rational design matters. Hayek wasn't disagreeing with this principle in the abstract. He certainly approved of many liberal achievements, opposing absolutism, monopoly power, slavery, and believing strongly in personal freedom and reform. But he became deeply concerned about the threat posed to liberty by certain aspects of democracy and the spread of collectivist ideas. The very powers of reason that once helped overthrow the ancien regimes were increasingly being turned against the liberal market order itself. The ideal of a classless planned society, run in the interests of all, took hold. Hayek's fierce assault on constructivist rationalism stemmed from his conviction that it mattered immensely which kind of rationalism dominated Western civilization. He believed only his kind of critical rationalism was compatible with the further progress of civilization. If constructivist rationalism reigned unchecked, he feared it would lead down the road to serfdom, extinguishing human freedom. Like Keynes, Hayek saw intellectual error as a source of grave social consequences, and correcting that error was essential for preserving freedom. Hayek didn't invent this alternative rationalism. He drew on an older tradition, thinkers like Mandeville, Smith, Ferguson, and Hume, as well as Kant and Humboldt. For figures like Mandeville and the Scottish philosophers, a major focus was on the unintended consequences of social action and the creation of orders that resulted from human action but not human design. Hayek saw Adam Smith as particularly important because Smith was the first to recognize that we had stumbled upon methods of ordering human economic cooperation that exceed the limits of our knowledge and perception. The most crucial problem requiring explanation was how the activities of so many independent agents in modern societies are coordinated to produce stable and ordered societies. Individuals, acting rationally from their own limited perspectives, follow rules that, over time, have been selected because they facilitate social life. The modern social order, for Hayek, was distinctive not just for its complexity, but because its constitution through the activities of so many minds over so many generations made it, in important respects, unknowable. The most vital knowledge for civilization's survival was encoded in the tacit knowledge of traditions and rules inherited over millennia. Hayek often quoted Alfred North Whitehead: "Civilization advances by extending the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking about them." His reformulation of the nature of knowledge using economic insights gave him a new way to understand and articulate the insights of classical liberalism. If knowledge is dispersed and fragmented in the great society, the society of strangers, then the market order becomes the only way so many activities, depending on dispersed knowledge, can be integrated into a single order. Social scientists and economists should focus on understanding how this order evolved, its institutional foundations, and how it might be sustained. Society had to be understood as an organism, not a machine. Abstract rules like property rights, honesty, contracts, trade, competition, and privacy were the product of long history, embodying wisdom gained through trial and error. They formed a new morality, allowing humans to navigate complex social life. Hayek preferred this unsurveyable pattern to Adam Smith's invisible hand. The alternative, he warned, was the visible hand of human reason imposing blueprints, lacking the sanction of evolutionary experience, thereby risking the claim of possessing knowledge humans simply cannot have. Sometimes Hayek is misread as being overly pessimistic about the importance of human reason. But that's a misunderstanding. Like Hume, he stressed the limited capacity of human reason. But like Kant, he acknowledged that recognizing the limits of knowledge also creates the possibility of knowledge. Hayek never suggested that knowledge is impossible, that human reason is unimportant, or that people shouldn't act rationally. What he opposed was a conception of human reason that attributes to it powers which it cannot possess. The belief in such omnipotent reason leads to many mistakes, because it means that instead of understanding society, rationality, and action from below, as a spontaneous and unplanned process that can produce order, they are understood from above. The observer and the scientist claim a higher rationality, superior to the rationality of the individual member of society. If Hayek's approach were consistently followed, it would pose a major challenge to dominant views about knowledge and the role of science, with far-reaching implications for economics, social science, and policy. It suggests that the problem we face is always too little knowledge, not too much, and that the limits of our understanding should therefore impose caution on how much we interfere with the delicate organism of society. Economists and social theorists have a role in policy discussion, but they must be humble about their knowledge limits and cautious about their prescriptions. Hayek argued that economists failed to influence policy more because they tried to imitate the physical sciences, focusing only on what was measurable. Echoing Keynes, Hayek believed the key task for social and economic theory was to distinguish between the agenda and the non-agenda of government. Only a theory understanding the limits of reason, human imperfections, and the nature of knowledge could succeed here. Since economists would never know all relevant circumstances, Hayek advised refraining from recommending isolated acts of interference, even if theory suggested potential benefits. What such an understanding ruled out was any attempt to refashion a whole society according to the dictates of reason alone. Hayek's advice was to respect the higher wisdom embodied in the rules and institutions bequeathed to us. If life is to proceed, we must in practice accept much which we cannot justify, and resign ourselves to the fact that reason cannot always be the ultimate judge in human affairs. Such a stance can seem fatalistic and extremely conservative, seemingly at odds with Hayek's own practice. His writings like Law, Legislation, and Liberty outline utopian schemes for reforming political institutions. He proposed numerous ideas for redesigning particular institutions and improving the workings of competition. This is because Hayek didn't oppose planning or rational design or reform as such. He explicitly defended planning, for example, to promote competition. He was opposed to laissez-faire, which he saw as a rationalist doctrine from the same mold as socialism. He argued instead for a theory defining the proper functions of the state and the limits of state action. He thought it entirely legitimate to examine and abandon inherited rules if necessary. Without that, there could be no progress. What Hayek ruled out was any wholesale junking of rules and morality and their replacement by a new rational design. Yet attempts at wholesale revolution, the kind Hayek fears, are extremely rare. The difficulty for Hayek's account of the relationship between theory and practice is that piecemeal, incremental reform is far more common, and here Hayek is a much less certain guide to what we should accept and reject. Hayek believed that only those who had studied and fully appreciated the complexity of the organism of modern societies could be trusted with making suggestions for changes to inherited rules. The only way to effectively improve it was by improving the abstract rules guiding individuals. His own suggestions for institutional reform were put forward in that spirit, as proposals that might find favor or might not. No single person had the authority to prescribe how society should evolve. Despite his readiness to turn his hand to institutional design, his lasting message is one of caution. His epistemological pessimism about knowledge was matched by a political pessimism about the possibilities of reform. He was much more struck by the likelihood of humans unwittingly destroying the basis of civilization through ill-considered rationalist planning than by their capacity to strengthen market institutions. He counseled accepting what appears irrational and unjustifiable, as the individual has to adjust to changes and submit to conventions not resulting from intelligent design. Interestingly, the way Hayek approaches the social world is paralleled by how many environmentalists approach the natural world. Both are conceived as extremely delicate, living organisms which have evolved in particular ways and whose operations are imperfectly understood. Human interventions that alter the balance risk, destroying the forces that create and sustain the order on which all human life depends. Hayek treats the market order similarly as a social ecosystem which we interfere with at our peril. What he does not directly address is whether the market order is compatible with the natural ecosystem. A liberal market order permits constant interference in the natural ecosystem through resource acquisition and utilization. Can a liberal market system generate spontaneously the innovations and changes needed to prevent the fatal undermining of the ecosphere? Hayek saw most environmentalist arguments as new pretexts for intervening in the market order. He was sensitive to environmental problems, but thought it morally objectionable for rich countries to tell poor ones they must restrict growth to save the planet. He argued most environmental problems are best left to the adaptive capacity of the social ecosystem. Imposing controls on population or resource use does more harm than good. Hayek might have recognized climate change, but would likely reject drastic government action. He fought against detailed government management of the economy, and the contemporary neoliberal global economy is seen as a success for his principles. But whether Hayekian principles can preserve the ecosystem poses a new test, as he never extended his critique of constructivist rationalism to natural science and technology. Rationalism, still largely unrestrained in its quest to master nature, raises serious questions for the civilization he valued. Finally, there's a fascinating paradox at the heart of Hayek's thought. His critique of rationalism is derived precisely from his understanding of how modern societies evolved and were coordinated. It has major implications for the methodology and practice of economics and social science. His lasting achievement was focusing attention on the limited and fragmented nature of knowledge. Yet in some ways he remained trapped in the rationalism he was so keen to reject. If our reason is so feeble, and if knowledge is necessarily imperfect and dispersed, how do we know this to be true? To make that claim, Hayek has to take up the privileged status of observer that he is so critical of in constructivist rationalism. If he weren't prepared to do so, he couldn't justify his entire project of social and economic theory. Despite his denunciation of scientism and constructivism, Hayek is arguably closer to the rationalism he criticizes than he might like to acknowledge. It's a subtle but profound tension within his legacy. We've been exploring how knowledge and information shape social organizations. Now, let's zoom into a specific historical moment in the mid-1940s. A time when the intellectual air in Europe was thick with a particular flavor. Think about it. After the war against fascism, everyone was allied with the Soviet Union. Stalin? He was practically family, Uncle Joe. and the British military were actively pushing socialist ideas for rebuilding. It felt like socialism was the only game in town. But then, amidst this chorus, a few brave souls started singing a different tune. Hayek and Popper were two of the loudest, warning everyone about the hidden dangers of collectivism, all from a secular liberal viewpoint. Their books, The Road to Serfdom and the Open Society, dropped like intellectual bombs in 44 and 45. Hayek didn't mince words in The Road to Serfdom. Right off the bat, he basically said socialism equals slavery. Even if you're in a democracy, he argued, the push towards socialism inevitably chokes individual freedom. Why? Because under socialism, some central authority decides who gets what, stifling the very entrepreneurial spirit that drives progress. He cleverly quoted Tocqueville here: democracy wants equality through liberty, while socialism craves equality through restraint and servitude. For Hayek, the magic of Western civilization wasn't some grand design, but the messy, spontaneous interactions of free people, competing, innovating, and facing the consequences of their choices. That's the system collectivists want to dismantle. Now, here's where it gets interesting. You'd think Hayek, the poster boy for anti-planning, would be absolutely rigid. But early on, he actually said something quite surprising: everyone plans. Unless you're a complete fatalist, you're trying to handle things rationally, right? The key, he argued, wasn't whether planning happened, but the type of planning. Bad planning is when the state dictates specific outcomes like price controls or production targets. Good planning, or what he called planning for freedom, is about setting up the rules of the road so individuals can make their own plans. Think fair competition rules, banning obvious abuses, maybe even a safety net. But Hayek warned this middle ground is incredibly slippery. The moment you start talking about reducing inequality of outcome, you're dangerously close to the same control mechanisms you claim to oppose. It's a tightrope walk he foresaw would be difficult to maintain. So, what are Hayek's main weapons against central planning? First, there's his famous epistemological argument basically. He says it's impossible. How? Because the knowledge needed for rational planning is just too dispersed, too tacit, too dynamic across millions of people making countless decisions every second. No single brain, not even a committee of geniuses, could possibly grasp it all. Markets, with their price signals, are the only way this information gets coordinated. Second, there's the moral angle. Planning treats people as mere tools to achieve some predefined goal set by the planner. It denies us the fundamental freedom to choose our own path. Democracy doesn't fix this, because majorities can easily crush minorities in the name of the plan. Economic freedom for Hayek is simply the freedom to act according to your own judgment. Okay, so Hayek says planning is impossible because of the knowledge problem. But is it just about having too much data? Couldn't we build better computers, crunch more numbers? That's the unsurveyability point, and Hayek needs more than that. He needs an argument about why the human world itself is fundamentally unpredictable. Enter Popper's idea, sometimes called the Tristram Shandy effect. Basically, predicting a system is hard because you're part of it, and your prediction changes it. Interesting, but maybe not enough. What if the core issue is human freedom itself? Before I decide what coffee to buy, even I don't know for sure. Multiply that by millions of people, day in, day out, and you see the challenge. Add in the sheer unpredictability of innovation. Think about the internet. Nobody saw that coming from the angle it came. It wasn't planned, it emerged from countless small steps, accidents, and flashes of genius. Maybe that's the deeper reason planning fails. Human creativity and choice are inherently wild cards. Beyond the knowledge problem, Hayek hits us with the moral critique. He's a pluralist, no one-size-fits-all morality. People have different values, and they should be free to live by them. A planner, no matter how smart, has no special right to impose his values on others. Planning, at its heart, is about treating people as means to an end someone else picked. And then there's this fascinating idea of demoralization. If the state takes over everything, healthcare, education, welfare, it might seem helpful, but it also strips individuals of responsibility. Why bother learning or working hard if the state handles it all? This creates a vicious cycle. People crave security, demand state services. The state becomes bloated and inefficient without competition. Quality drops, people demand more, and the cycle continues, leaving everyone less satisfied and freer. Hayek saw this playing out even with well-intentioned reforms like the NHS. Now, let's switch gears to Karl Popper and his open society. Popper was wrestling with a different but related tension. He saw modern society as abstract, vast, impersonal, built on trade and rules, not personal ties. Think global commerce versus a small village. Abstract societies foster cosmopolitanism, a sense of shared humanity. But Popper argued this creates strain. We miss the security of the tribe, the face-to-face community. Some react by lashing out against this very modernity, wanting to restore tribal hierarchies and exclude anyone who doesn't fit their narrow view, the anti-humanitarianism he describes. For Popper, the abstract society born from trade was actually the seedbed for the open society, the one based on reason and universal rights. So what kind of society does Popper envision? It's built on Kantian ideas. We're all rational agents, equal in that respect, and responsible for our own choices. Crucially, he separates facts from values. Values aren't handed down from nature or God, we create them. But unlike Hayek, Popper isn't a subjectivist. Values aren't just whatever you prefer. They can be discussed, debated, criticized. This leads to his core belief in fallibilism. We're never absolutely sure we're right. Progress comes not from having a perfect blueprint, but from constantly testing ideas, policies, and theories against reality, listening to criticism, and learning from mistakes. His open society assumes citizens are rational, willing to admit they might be wrong, and cosmopolitan enough to engage in this ongoing dialogue. Democracies, for him, are the best arena for this intellectual sparring. Like Hayek, Popper hated central planning. But his reasons were slightly different, deeply tied to his fallibilism. Planners, he felt, get so convinced they're right that they shut down criticism, becoming irrational and potentially totalitarian. Since we can never predict all consequences, small, piecemeal changes are safer than grand designs. Interestingly, Popper's open society isn't inherently opposed to a social democratic state doing things like helping the poor or promoting equality, as long as it's done incrementally, openly debated, and politicians can be voted out. In fact, he explicitly mentions moral demands for equality and helping the weak. There's even a case to be made that an open society might need some state action to lift people up so they can participate meaningfully in the discussions Popper champions. But here's where Popper and Hayek start to drift apart. Popper's faith in rational discussion feels optimistic. Can endless debate really solve deep disagreements like those on abortion or stem cell research? Hayek, especially later in life, seemed more skeptical. In works like The Fatal Conceit, he argued that values emerge spontaneously, like the price system, and are pluralistic. Trying to rationally justify or unify them is futile. Society's strength lies in respecting this diversity, even if it means holding on to traditions whose full meaning we don't grasp. This makes him surprisingly conservative, defending things like the family not because they're rationally provable, but because they seem necessary for social cohesion. Popper, meanwhile, hinted at needing some conservative framework for his open society, suggesting a tension between his radical cosmopolitanism and a more Burkean respect for tradition. Did he fully resolve this? Not clearly. Let's circle back to Hayek and look at the building blocks of his political thought. Four main pieces stand out. First, his deep dive into economic calculation and knowledge, leading to his famous claim that there's no alternative to the price system for complex societies. The road to serfdom argument, showing how trying to plan the economy leads to lost freedom. Third, his response to Keynes, figuring out what kinds of government action are okay. And fourth, his strong anti-rationalism, questioning the power of deliberate design. These threads weave together, sometimes creating knots, like how Hayek uses reason to critique reason. This brings us to Hayek's powerful, there is no alternative argument. Forget just saying markets are good. Hayek argued that for a society like ours, the price system is essential. It's the only way we know how to coordinate millions of strangers effectively. It's a spontaneous order, harnessing knowledge spread everywhere. But this system isn't free lunch. It comes with constraints. You can't just wish away inequality or guarantee perfect fairness within it. Hayek famously claimed social justice is unrealizable in such a system, not because helping people is bad, but because achieving perfect meritocracy when outcomes depend on countless decentralized actions and price signals is just impossible. The system enables prosperity but also imposes limits. Then there's the road to serfdom argument itself. Hayek looked at Nazi Germany and saw a pattern. The popular demand for economic planning and control, even among critics of Nazism, was leading straight towards totalitarianism. His point wasn't that planning is impossible, but that systematically pursuing it within a market economy would inevitably erode freedom, concentrate power, and require coercion. It's a warning about the path taken, not just the destination. This resonates with Thatcher's later Tina slogan, but Hayek's version was more profound. It wasn't just about market policies, but about understanding the fundamental constraints and risks of any system attempting to centrally direct the economy. Keynes famously challenged Hayek, if you admit some government action is needed, how do you stop it from sliding into total control? Hayek's answer became his theory of the rule of law, but not the simple legal positivism we usually mean. He invoked the richer German concept of Rechtsstaat. The core idea: government actions must follow clear, pre-existing rules that apply equally to everyone, including the government itself. This provides a crucial boundary. It doesn't guarantee good policy. Bad rules can still exist, but it distinguishes between legitimate actions within the rulebook and arbitrary discretionary power that threatens liberty. It became Hayek's tool to draw that line Keynes worried about. But Hayek's thought isn't without its puzzles. One big one is the tension between his anti-rationalism and his reformist agenda. He clearly believed existing institutions like common law could and should be improved through rational analysis. Yet, he also warned against the hubris of rational design. How do you improve things without designing them? It feels like a contradiction. Who gets to be the philosopher king applying Hayekian principles to design new systems, like his proposed constitutional chamber? Another puzzle is the anti-rationalism paradox. Hayek spent his career analyzing complex systems and proposing reforms, which sounds pretty rational. Maybe the resolution lies in seeing reason as a critical tool for understanding and improving evolved systems, while remaining humble about our ability to design complex ones from scratch. So, wrapping up, both Hayek and Popper left us with a vital warning. Beware the siren song of collectivism, whether it's Marxism or modern bureaucratic control. Their arguments helped shift the intellectual landscape. But as we see today, the temptations remain. The dream of organic security persists, often through state regulation rather than ownership. Welfare states face huge challenges. The debate over freedom versus state action continues. Which means, despite all the critiques, Hayek and Popper's books still offer profound insights. Understanding the constraints and trade-offs of our own system, the risks of concentrated power, and the value of individual liberty and open inquiry, these remain as relevant now as they were in the 1940s. That's our look at Hayek and Popper. Having explored Hayek's political philosophy, particularly his warnings about the road to serfdom and the virtues of an open society, we now delve deeper into a less frequently discussed but equally vital aspect of his intellectual legacy: his work as a philosopher of law. While Hayek is often celebrated for his economic theories, his writings on law and jurisprudence represent a significant, if sometimes overlooked, contribution. He wasn't just an economist dipping his toes into legal waters. He was engaging with fundamental philosophical questions about the nature, justification, and proper functioning of law. Central to this exploration is his powerful distinction between two kinds of law: the law made by governments, which he calls thesis, and the law that evolves spontaneously within society, which he terms nomos. So what exactly is this core distinction Hayek makes? On one side, you have thesis. This is your classic top-down law. Think of it as the sovereign, the king, the parliament, the elected assembly imposing rules through coercion. It's the law of legislation, designed and enacted by some authority. Hayek argues this type of law tends to reflect the interests of whoever holds power, the ruling class, or the state itself. Then there's nomos. This is the law of liberty. It's not handed down from above. It emerges from the ground up, spontaneously, through the countless interactions of free individuals trying to coordinate their lives, resolve disputes peacefully, and build a functioning society. It's the law that arises organically from human action, not from deliberate design. For Hayek, understanding this difference is absolutely key to grasping what liberalism truly requires in terms of law. To fully appreciate Hayek's take on law, we need to understand his broader framework for thinking about order itself. He distinguishes between two fundamental types of order. First, planned order or taxis. This is order that comes from deliberate design, like a military general planning a battle strategy. You see it in any organization created intentionally. It's constructed, artificial, exogenous. But then there's spontaneous order or cosmos. This is where things get really interesting. Cosmos is order that emerges from the actions of many individuals without anyone consciously designing it. Think about language. No single person invented English grammar, yet it works remarkably well. Or consider markets, though Hayek notes with some dismay that many people still struggle to grasp this idea, often dismissing Adam Smith's invisible hand as mere nonsense. The point Hayek emphasizes is that these spontaneous orders are real, they exist, and they are incredibly important. Assuming everything needs a designer invites authoritarianism. Now, let's bring this back to law. Why does this cosmos versus taxis distinction matter for law? Well, law is fundamentally about enabling cooperation and social life. We need stable expectations about how others will behave so we can plan our own actions. Some laws, of course, are deliberately made. That's legislation, the taxis of law. But Hayek argues there's another kind of law, what he calls grown law. This is law as a spontaneous order nomos. It arises naturally from the evolved mechanisms societies develop to resolve disputes peacefully and allow people to coexist. Think about customs, precedents, common understandings of fairness that emerge over time. Hayek insists that assuming all law must be deliberately planned is not only factually wrong, many parts of our legal system are indeed grown, but also dangerous for liberty. Hayek points to the English common law as the prime example of this grown law, this cosmos. It's not some grand design cooked up by a committee. It emerges from the repeated ways people interact, settle disputes, and figure out what's fair. Juries try to apply commonly accepted rules, reflecting a general consensus on justice. Judges follow precedents, building on past decisions. And crucially, while the police enforce rulings, the very tradition of respecting judicial decisions stare decisis gives the common law its force. It's a system that's both stable enough to provide predictability and vital enough to adapt over time, all without being centrally planned. It's law discovered, not invented. Now, there's a scholarly debate here worth mentioning. John Hasnas has pointed out that Hayek might be conflating two related but distinct concepts, common law and customary law. Common law, as Hayek uses it, involves the role of judges and the doctrine of stare decisis, the idea that courts should respect past decisions. Customary law, however, refers more directly to the bottom-up evolution of norms and practices within communities. Hasnas argues that if judges can inject their biases into the common law process, then Hayek's claim that neutral objective rules will spontaneously evolve might be shaky. He suggests that stare decisis itself is relatively recent historically. However, even if Hayek's terminology isn't perfect, the underlying insight remains valuable. The common law, despite its complexities, does exhibit patterns and stability that emerge from collective practice, much like the spontaneous orders Hayek champions. So this law that grows spontaneously, this nomos, is precisely what Hayek identifies as the law of liberty. Why? Because it possesses qualities essential for a free society. It provides the stability of expectations needed for cooperation. It's fluid and adaptable, able to respond to changing circumstances. And crucially, because it emerges from the interactions and shared practices of society members, it tends to be acceptable to them. It's not imposed from above. It reflects the lived experience of the community. makes it inherently more conducive to the values of liberty than laws that are deliberately crafted by a central authority. Why is the top-down law, the thesis, problematic, even when enacted by a democratic majority? Hayek argues it's not just about tyranny. Even well-meaning legislation faces fundamental challenges. The biggest issue is the knowledge problem. Legislators, however smart, simply cannot possess all the information needed to create perfect laws for every conceivable situation. They lack the detailed local knowledge embedded in existing practices and spontaneous solutions. Hayek calls this naive constructivism, the dangerous belief that we can consciously design a perfect social order. Because of this inherent limitation, thesis laws are inevitably incomplete, rigid, and likely to interfere with the very spontaneous processes that generate prosperity and peace. Nomos, on the other hand, is more like discovery, finding rules that already work or figuring out necessary complements to existing ones. It's part of the natural world, not just an invention of the legislator's mind. Hayek has a very specific definition of coercion. It happens when one person's actions are forced to serve another's will, not their own. It involves the threat of harm and the intention to control behavior. Why is this bad? It's not just morally questionable. Practically, it prevents the coerced person from using their own knowledge and abilities to pursue their own goals. Most complex human endeavors require chains of connected actions decided upon as a coherent whole. If the facts determining your plans are controlled solely by someone else, your actions fit into their design, not yours. Thesis law, being imposed from above, inherently fits this definition of coercion. Nomos, however, doesn't involve a single coercer imposing a will. It's an emergent system of rules, not a command structure. Does this mean Hayek wants to abolish all legislation? Not entirely. He acknowledges that grown law isn't infallible. Sometimes it might need correction. Why? Two main reasons. First, the slow pace of judicial development might lag behind rapidly changing circumstances. Think about technological revolutions or unforeseen crises. Second, and perhaps more importantly, it's difficult and undesirable for judges to simply reverse a long-established trend, even if it turns out to be undesirable later. That goes against the very function of the common law system. Hayek might point to cases like Kellofi, New London, where judicial decisions led to a perceived erosion of property rights, as situations where corrective legislation could be appropriate. Of course, this relies on the assumption that the legislative body would actually act in the interest of liberty, and not just expand its own power. Okay, so we have this tension. Hayek champions spontaneous law nomos but also allows for corrective legislation thesis. How do we prevent the latter from becoming a tool for oppression? How do we distinguish good thesis from bad thesis? Hayek's answer lies heavily in constitutionalism. He looks at the U.S. Constitution as a model. Its purpose, he argues, was to protect the people against arbitrary action by all branches of government, including the legislature. It restricts not just how the legislature operates, but also what it can aim to achieve. On this view, any corrective legislation should be strictly limited to promoting individual liberty, acting as a safeguard against the potential overreach of the grown law system itself. Hayek also draws a distinction between private law and public law, though he immediately clarifies that the labels aren't about whose welfare they serve. Instead, private law concerns rules of just conduct, the kind of rules that facilitate peaceful cooperation and are best served by nomos, the spontaneous order. Think of it like Adam Smith's invisible hand. By confining individuals to non-coercive activities, mutual respect and cooperation flourish, even without anyone intentionally directing it. Public law, on the other hand, deals with the rules of organization, particularly concerning the government. This is where thesis, legislation, seems more appropriate. The danger, Hayek warns, is confusing the two, letting the state impose public law rules onto private conduct, substituting thesis for nomos and inevitably leading to coercion. What are the consequences of this confusion between thesis and nomos? Hayek sees two major ones. First, it paves the way for legal positivism, the idea that any law properly enacted by the state is legitimate, regardless of whether it respects individual liberty. Second, it strengthens the implicit socialist and totalitarian tendencies within positivism, because such laws inevitably reflect the interests of the ruling class or the state. To counter this, Hayek advocates for a constitutional regime that strictly limits what he calls social legislation. He's not against all social goals like providing police services, but he's deeply suspicious of legislation aimed at directing private activity towards particular ends or benefiting particular groups. This, he argues, is substituting thesis for nomos and making the state treat citizens and their property as mere objects of administration, eroding both liberty and the understanding of it. Now, let's shift gears slightly and look at Hayek's place within the broader landscape of 20th century liberalism. His influence, especially through works like The Road to Serfdom, has been immense. His critique of central planning proved prescient, and his ideas spread widely, even reaching intellectuals behind the Iron Curtain. He helped establish influential think tanks dedicated to spreading liberal principles. Yet paradoxically, he remains a marginal figure in contemporary political theory. You won't typically find university courses solely focused on Hayek's political thought, nor will you see him prominently featured in major discussions of liberal theory, unlike thinkers like John Rawls. This raises fascinating questions. Why hasn't Hayek been more central to modern liberal thought? What exactly is his contribution, and what is his lasting legacy? At its heart, Hayek's liberalism is a response to socialism. He finds the socialist aspiration to organize society according to a grand collective purpose deeply implausible and fundamentally incompatible with individual freedom. This stance rests on two crucial assumptions. First, and this is Hayek's great contribution alongside Mises, is the feasibility of spontaneous order. He argued forcefully that complex social orders can and do arise without central command, and that attempts to consciously control or direct social processes are doomed to fail and destructive of liberty. Institutions and rules, for Hayek, are repositories of dispersed knowledge. Second, his definition of freedom is specific. It's not about controlling your environment or achieving collective self-government. Freedom means having a protected sphere where others don't interfere, allowing you to pursue your own purposes. This contrasts sharply with Marx, who envisioned true freedom emerging only when humans consciously controlled the social forces they had created. Hayek dismisses this as a delusion born from underestimating the limits of human reason and knowledge. Regarding equality, Hayek acknowledges its importance, specifically noting equality before the law as a key goal of the struggle for liberty. People should be treated alike regardless of their differences. However, he argues forcefully that this leads inevitably to material inequality. What he rejects is any attempt by the state to impose a chosen pattern of distribution, whether based on meritocracy or equal shares derived from national wealth. Such interventions, he believes, would necessitate further controls and ultimately lead to a society where authority dictates individual actions, the opposite of a free society. Hayek's liberalism, which he associates with the English tradition, stands firmly against centralization, nationalism, and socialism. Nationalism in particular is rejected. Why? Because, in Hayek's view, simply belonging to a nation doesn't grant you a right to a share of the national wealth. Recognizing such claims would create a form of collective property right, which cannot be justified on the same grounds as individual property rights. Furthermore, it would incentivize nations to keep outsiders out rather than admit them to the benefits of living within the country. The liberal ideal, therefore, must actively resist nationalist sentiments, which Hayek sees as inherently corrosive to liberty and prone to totalitarianism. So, where did this fierce commitment to liberalism come from? While rooted in his Austrian school economics training, Hayek's focus shifted dramatically in the 1930s and 40s. It wasn't primarily theoretical curiosity. It was driven by profound practical concerns. Witnessing the rise of Nazism and totalitarianism, he saw civilization itself under threat. The danger wasn't just a particular political party winning, but the victory of ideas capable of undermining European civilization. His task became twofold. First, to subject these totalitarian ideas to sustained criticism, and second, to actively develop and promote the liberal alternative. He believed this required contributions, not just from philosophers but from historians, economists, and social scientists. And crucially, this battle of ideas had to happen not just in academia but in the public square. This urgency is evident in his early correspondence after the outbreak of war in 1939. He immediately offered his expertise to the BBC, suggesting help with propaganda broadcasts into Germany. His memorandum laid out a clear strategy: defend liberal democracy by showing its connections to cherished German traditions, and crucially, emphasize accuracy and truthfulness. He stressed that the German people were largely unaware of Nazi atrocities and needed factual information presented soberly and matter-of-factly, unlike the hyperbole of Nazi propaganda. What stands out is his persistent advocacy and unwavering belief that effective propaganda must be truthful. He wasn't just trying to win a war, he was trying to awaken a nation and strengthen its internal resistance to totalitarianism. Hayek's concern went far beyond Germany's borders. He saw the fate of Germany intrinsically linked to the future of all of Europe. In a 1944 Cambridge lecture, he expressed deep fear that Germany's collapse could plunge Central Europe into barbarism, with devastating consequences for the entire continent, including Britain. The post-war task, he argued, had to be regaining Germany for the values of European civilization. But the challenge was immense. Post-war Germany faced a moral and intellectual desert, with isolated pockets of goodwill, unable to make progress without the unifying element of shared traditions. Simply defeating Nazism wouldn't be enough. Germany needed to be reintegrated into the wider European cultural fold. Recognizing the need for action, Hayek sought practical means to foster this reintegration. He proposed an international society bringing together liberal-minded intellectuals. This wasn't easy. Suspicion towards Germans ran high, as Hayek himself acknowledged. Despite these obstacles, he persevered. His efforts culminated in the founding of the Montpellieran Society in April 1947. This wasn't just an academic exercise. It was born from a deep sense of urgency to preserve the liberal tradition against the rising tide of totalitarianism and to build bridges for intellectual and cultural renewal across Europe. Hayek's writings from this period, like his memoranda proposing an international academy, are imbued with this anxious urgency. He wrote of the imminent danger to European civilization, the threat posed by totalitarian ideas, and the widespread fatalism that made resistance seem futile. He argued desperately for a common effort to reconsider values, to identify what must be preserved, and to make people aware of the liberties they took for granted. In another memorandum, he quoted Keynes on the power of ideas, agreeing wholeheartedly that the world is ruled by little else. This reinforced Hayek's conviction that developing robust alternatives to totalitarian thought was not just desirable, but urgently necessary. This background helps explain some persistent features of Hayek's thought. First, his focus on restating rather than redefining liberalism. He wasn't trying to invent a brand new theory from scratch. As he wrote, old truths must be restated in the language of each generation. Works like Law, Legislation, and Liberty are explicitly titled A New Statement of Liberal Principles. His goal was to reinforce a tradition he saw as vital bulwark against totalitarianism, drawing together as wide a coalition as possible anyone opposed to totalitarianism, regardless of their specific shade of opinion, from liberal socialists to liberal Catholics. Second, his interpretation of liberalism emphasizes a refusal to control or shape human development. He saw collectivist doctrines like fascism and communism as united in their attempt to consciously direct society, refusing to recognize autonomous spheres for individual ends. Liberalism, therefore, is about acknowledging human ignorance and appreciating that civilization emerges spontaneously, not through deliberate design. Indeed, Hayek argued that civilization's creative powers depend on keeping social processes outside the control of human reason. Third, his persistent internationalism and anti-nationalism. He believed the threat of totalitarianism could only be met by an international movement, and that retreating into national isolationism would be fatal. This led him to call early on for a rebirth of real liberalism, true to its ideal of freedom and internationalism. Now let's contrast Hayek's concerns with the dominant currents in contemporary liberal theory, particularly those shaped by John Rawls. For decades, political philosophy has grappled with questions Rawls raised in A Theory of Justice. What constitutes a just regime? What's the proper role of government? How should benefits and burdens be distributed? A huge focus, especially initially, was on neutrality, the idea that the state shouldn't favor any particular conception of the good life, and that principles should be chosen under neutral conditions. Debates arose about whether this neutrality was desirable or even possible, leading Rawls later to emphasize securing an overlapping consensus in political liberalism. Much of this discussion focused on moral foundations within existing closed societies. Where does Hayek fit in or diverge from this? First, contemporary theory often focuses on pluralism and diversity as the main challenge, while Hayek saw the primary threat as totalitarianism. For him, diversity wasn't the problem. It was potentially a solution, provided the institutions existed. Second, Hayek refused to treat society as a closed system. His liberalism was explicitly universalist and internationalist, viewing national boundaries not as given but as problems to be addressed. Third, he paid significant attention to institutional design, federalism, separation of powers, the structure of authority, which was often sidelined in the more abstract debates of Rawlsian liberalism. Hayek's motivation stemmed from a desire to combat forces like nationalism and separatism that he feared could destroy modern civilization. His solution lay in the ideas of liberalism, which he framed as the doctrine of an abstract order. An abstract order is governed by rules of just conduct that are abstract, meaning disputes are resolved by appealing to other abstract rules, not by arguing about the specific goals of the parties involved. This allows for peaceful pursuit of diverse ends. Crucially, Hayek stressed that this abstract order, this open society, is not a community in the traditional sense. Trying to turn it into a community with common purposes, he warned, inevitably leads to totalitarianism. Why was keeping the open society open so critical for Hayek? Two main reasons. First, it's essential for the growth of knowledge. Knowledge expands most effectively through spontaneous interaction and problem solving, not through centralized control. The state, in particular, poses the greatest threat to this process. Hayek feared that advances in technology might tip the balance, allowing organized state power to crush spontaneous innovation. This resonated with Lord Acton's view that diversity within a state acts as a barrier against governmental overreach into social affairs, unlike Mill's more accommodating stance towards nationalism. Second, Hayek saw federalism as the logical extension of liberal principles. An interstate federation, he argued, could provide the necessary framework for peace and liberty on a larger scale. Hayek applied these federalist ideas practically, particularly regarding post-war Germany. Faced with the dilemma of preventing a future centralized German Reich without resorting to permanent partition, he proposed a phased approach. Initial Allied control of the central government, gradually transitioning to a federal or confederal structure as German states developed democratic institutions. Crucially, he advocated for free trade between these states, not just for economic reasons, but to prevent the kind of economic solidarity that breeds conflict between states. More broadly, in his essay on the economic conditions of interstate federalism, Hayek argued that federation's main purpose is peace, requiring both political and economic union. Economic seclusion fosters conflict between states, while political union limits the scope for extensive economic planning, thus safeguarding liberty. So, why should we pay close attention to Hayek's contributions, especially in light of his relative marginalization in contemporary theory? Firstly, his work offers a remarkably comprehensive attempt to tackle a vast array of interconnected problems in moral, social, and political theory, always keeping an eye on the realities of economic and political life. Secondly, unlike much of the recent focus on abstract moral foundations, Hayek tackled crucial institutional questions, and importantly, he didn't confine them within national borders. His vision extended to the international order, seeing federalism and an open society as integral to liberalism's mission. These aspects make his work not just historically interesting, but potentially highly relevant for understanding the challenges of our time. So we've just explored Hayek's broader legal philosophy and its roots in liberal thought. But here's where it gets really interesting, and perhaps a bit counterintuitive. Hayek himself famously declared, "Why I am not a conservative." His beef. He felt that genuine conservatism, by its very nature, was stuck playing defense, merely slowing down the tide of progress, but never offering a fundamentally different direction. Think of it like trying to push back against a river current. You can dam it up, sure, but you're not changing the fact that it flows downstream. For Hayek, liberalism, in his view, was the active force challenging the status quo, even if many self-proclaimed liberals were actually pushing for collectivist policies he despised. Now, picture 1960. Hayek is writing this, dedicating his magnum opus, The Constitution of Liberty, to the unknown civilization growing in America. He's clearly fed up with the old European guard, whom he saw as clinging desperately to their privileges, while failing to provide a real alternative vision to the collectivism sweeping across post-war Europe. He even noted how Churchill had embraced the road to serfdom, yet felt it didn't truly change the conservative playbook, and certainly didn't help his own career in Britain, where the left establishment united against this foreigner who knew nothing about Whig and peer. But here's the twist: history, as often happens, took a turn. Over time, it became increasingly clear that those calling themselves conservatives were the ones championing Hayek's ideas from the Constitution of Liberty. Meanwhile, the foes waving the liberal banner. They were often the first to jump on board with egalitarian values and status politics that Hayek was fighting tooth and nail. So, while labels are slippery things, we have to acknowledge that Hayek's core arguments, his defense of freedom, actually sit quite comfortably within the conservative tradition. Think Burke versus Paine, De Maistre versus St. Simon, Hegel versus Marx. That's where Hayek lands. So let's dive into why he fits this mold, even if he didn't want to admit it. So, how does Hayek frame this conservative alignment? It starts with his fundamental view of order. Forget the common image of liberty as pure chaos or anarchy. For Hayek, liberty is a specific kind of order, a highly organized system that emerges spontaneously. He contrasts two types: planned order, which is like a top-down blueprint, dictated by some authority, usually the government. Think of a centrally planned economy, or a rigid command structure. Then there's spontaneous order, what he calls cosmos. This is the magic of the invisible hand Adam Smith talked about. It's the complex, intricate web of rules, norms, and interactions that arise naturally from countless individuals pursuing their own goals, without anyone designing the whole thing. Hayek argues these spontaneous orders aren't inherently good. Corruption networks are a dark example. But the beneficial ones survive because they work. They solve problems efficiently. They're not perfect, they might need tweaking at the edges, but crucially, they are self-correcting. They adapt to new information, new technologies, new challenges in ways a planned system, burdened by its own complexity and lack of distributed knowledge, simply cannot. He even draws a parallel to Darwinian evolution. Just as species evolve or go extinct based on their ability to adapt, he suggests the inevitable collapse of planned economies will come not from a single catastrophic failure, but from a slow, grinding inability to adapt to changing realities. These spontaneous orders aren't rational in the sense of having a master plan, but they are rationally efficient because they embody evolutionary rationality, a process of adaptation through countless individual decisions interacting. Okay, let's zoom in on the market, which is often Hayek's prime example of this spontaneous order. This isn't just about free enterprise, it's deeply tied to his epistemology, how we know what we know. Remember the famous calculation debate between the Austrians, Mises, Hayek, and the socialists? The Austrians' argument boils down to three killer points. First, running an economy requires knowing what people want, what resources are available, and how they relate. Second, this knowledge isn't in one person's head. It's scattered everywhere, dispersed throughout society. No single planner could possibly gather it all. Third, and this is the genius part, the price mechanism in a free market acts like a supercomputer, constantly processing this dispersed information and signaling it to everyone involved. Prices aren't just numbers, they're real-time data on scarcity and demand. When you fix prices, say, artificially low, you break this system. You destroy the signal. Suddenly, the crucial piece of economic knowledge embedded in the price vanishes. What happens? Chaos. Queues, shortages, gluts. The economy breaks down because it loses its coordination mechanism. Or, if people try to get around the controls, a black market emerges, where things trade at their real uncontrolled prices, revealing the truth the official system hid. Now Hayek acknowledges socialist experiments confirmed this, but his argument isn't just empirical. It's a priori, it stems from a deeper understanding of how information works in a complex society. The key takeaway: price signals only work reliably when exchange is free. Any interference screws up the information flow. And this leads to a profound insight. Economic knowledge isn't something you can write down in a plan. It lives in the system itself, generated by millions of free choices. It's a unique kind of collective intelligence, something game theorists later tried to model mathematically. Now Hayek doesn't stop at the market. He extends this spontaneous order idea to law itself, particularly in Volume 1 of Law, Legislation and Liberty. He makes this striking claim: law existed long before humans figured out how to make or legislate it. It sounds almost paradoxical today given our focus on statutes. But Hayek argues that society presupposes law. You can't just form a society and then decide on the rules afterwards like Rousseau imagined. Law is real, even tacit, from the moment people start living together, especially with strangers. The judge's job, then, isn't to create law, but to discover it by looking at conflicts and uncovering the underlying assumptions that allow for resolution. He uses the English common law as the model. For centuries, Parliament wasn't seen as the ultimate lawmaker, but rather another court, adding rules to the existing body of precedent, much like the courts did. This contrasts sharply with the modern legislative mindset. The positivist view sees law as a tool, a human artifact made for a purpose, potentially used by the legislature to engineer society according to some grand design, maybe even violating justice. Hayek insists that common law aims at rectifying injustice, not imposing ideals. Justice for him applies to actions, not states of affairs. That's why social justice rubs him the wrong way. Applying justice to a condition ignores the actions that led to it. The judge discovers the relevant rule because the case wouldn't exist otherwise. The parties implicitly assumed that rule governed their interaction. Even in the English system, where judges formulate rules like in Rylands and Fletcher, sometimes the reasoning isn't fully articulated, yet the decision feels right. This supports Hayek's point. The law exists prior to judgment, guiding and constraining the judge, preventing them from using the common law process to fundamentally reshape society or redistribute property unjustly. Hayek sharpens this distinction between the common law and modern legislation by contrasting abstract rules with instrumental rules. Abstract rules, like those found in common law, govern behavior without specifying a particular outcome or end goal. They're about principles like justice, fairness, rights. Think of the rule against theft. It's abstract, not aimed at achieving a specific level of wealth distribution. Instrumental rules, on the other hand, are made for a purpose, often to achieve a specific social goal. This is the heartland of legal positivism: Bentham, Austin, Kelsen, and the kind of legislation that worries Hayek. He sees positivism as fundamentally mistaken and dangerous. It confuses the abstract, justice-based rules of law with mere instrumental commands issued by the state. By doing so, it severs law from its moral foundation, making it a tool for whatever the current rulers desire, whether it's equality, progress, or eliminating religion. Hayek argues this shift reversed the historical relationship. Traditionally, the judge was the guardian of law, using it to check arbitrary power. Positivism, by validating law based solely on legislative authority, handed that power directly to the legislature, disarming the judiciary. He traces this back to thinkers like Hobbes, representing a move from a law arising spontaneously from society towards a law imposed by a sovereign power standing above society. The deeper problem, Hayek implies, is epistemological. When law becomes purely instrumental, used to pursue specific goals, it operates in a vacuum. The very act of using it for a purpose destroys the reliable information base that makes predictable outcomes possible. Whether the goal is equality or economic growth, achieving it becomes a matter of luck, an unforeseeable side effect of actions that simultaneously undermine the ability to rationally intend or predict the result. It's like trying to steer a ship by constantly changing the rudder, randomly hoping to reach your destination. So, what's the payoff of this view of law? Hayek connects it powerfully to a very English strand of conservatism, particularly Edmund Burke's defense of tradition. Just as prices condense dispersed information about the present, abstract legal rules condense the lessons learned over generations. They are practical knowledge distilled from long experience, providing the parameters needed for cooperation among strangers. Following these rules equips us with wisdom tested by time, helping us navigate the unpredictable future. Think about customs, institutions, habits of thought. They represent accumulated solutions to complex social problems, often working even when individuals can't articulate precise reasons for them. Hayek's evolutionary rationality suggests these traditions, like market practices, are reasonable because they've been selected for by the invisible hand of social reproduction. Societies that reject well-functioning traditions risk maladaptation. This creates a fascinating alignment. Defending the free market, catalexy, and defending tradition become two sides of the same coin. Both are seen as indispensable sources of socially necessary knowledge, operating in different dimensions, the market synchronously, across space and time, tradition diachronically, across generations. The dead and unborn play their part through customs and laws. If you believe the market needs constraints, Hayek would say, look, the constraints are already there in the form of shared moral understandings and traditions. Trying to legislate a good society from scratch ignores this deep well of accumulated wisdom and risks destroying what makes a stable society possible in the first place. This explains why thinkers like Hume, Smith, Burke, and Oakeshott saw no fundamental conflict between a free market and a traditionalist vision. They trusted that the market, left to operate within the bounds of tradition and morality, would function best. But hold on, it's not quite that simple. While Hayek provides a powerful justification for both markets and traditions based on their role as repositories of spontaneous knowledge, these two orders can clash. Socialists weren't entirely wrong to worry about the corrosive effects of markets. Markets can erode traditional ways of life, turning everything into a commodity, blurring the line between things with intrinsic value and things with just a price tag. In fact, many of the traditions conservatives cherish can be understood precisely as bulwarks against the market. Take traditional sexual morality, emphasizing marriage, sanctity, and prohibitions on casual sex outside love vows. From a Hayekian perspective, this isn't just about morality. It's a device designed to take certain aspects of human life, sex, intimacy, off the market, protecting them from being treated as mere commodities subject to contract and exchange. What is sacred in a sense resists having a price tag. This highlights a limitation in Hayek's purely catalactic framework. The game of catalaxy doesn't fully capture the political dimension, or tell us when, or how, the state might reasonably interfere in the market to protect other spontaneous orders like tradition or morality, especially when they conflict. This tension, where should the line be drawn between the spontaneous workings of the market and the preservation of cherished traditions, is precisely where conservatism and socialism often find themselves meeting and clashing. Hayek gives us a powerful argument for the market and tradition, but not necessarily a complete roadmap for resolving their potential conflicts. Hayek's critique of socialism goes beyond economics into philosophy and even linguistics. His routine dismissal of social justice is central. For Hayek, there's no such thing as a just distribution of wealth or resources considered independently. Justice applies to actions. If people act justly, respecting others' rights, engaging in voluntary exchange, the resulting inequality is the natural, inevitable outcome. Attempts to legislate against this inequality, to force redistribution, are doomed to fail for two reasons. First, they inevitably involve injustice, taking property without consent, forcing people to work for others' ends. Second, they destroy the very information system they need to function properly, echoing his market arguments. He even launches a linguistic attack, calling social a weasel word. Like a weasel sucking eggs, he claims, social justice doesn't mean justice applied to society, but rather state control masquerading as concern for society. Social market means state distortion. Social morality means chilling puritanical edicts. The word social, used this way, doesn't refer to spontaneous society but to the state acting in its name, often to society's detriment. This linguistic critique brings him close to Orwell's observation about how totalitarian regimes corrupt language. Hayek saw that the Austrian economists struggled because they used words in their normal senses, while opponents had systematically loaded terms like socialism with negative connotations. However, Hayek himself admits he never fully solved a puzzle he frequently raised. Why did socialism, despite its evident flaws, achieve such widespread appeal and political success? He acknowledged Hume's point that opinion often governs interest. People are swayed by emotionally satisfying ideas, even if they contradict self-interest. But he never quite pinned down why this particular idea of equality held such enduring power over the human imagination. Hayek tackled this puzzle head-on in his essay, The Intellectuals and Socialism. He drew a sharp distinction between the scholar and the intellectual. The scholar, he said, is driven by a love of knowledge for its own sake, often working in obscure fields. The intellectual, however, is a second-hand dealer in ideas, eager for public influence, naturally drawn to visionary utopian theories that promise redemption and give intellectuals a special role. Here's Hayek's provocative claim. Socialists never lose credibility for proposing impractical schemes. Liberals and conservatives, on the other hand, are instantly discredited by any suggestion deemed impractical. Why? Because intellectuals dominate the public sphere, setting the agenda. They ensure debates look like they're happening within the socialist camp, making alternatives seem fringe. Hayek's analysis is sharp and resonates today, but it leaves a gap. He brilliantly diagnoses the appeal of socialism, but he doesn't fully explain the core tenet that seems to drive it: the commitment to social equality. This belief has shown remarkable staying power, surviving flawed theories and rational critiques. It's like theology, the doctrines change, but the faith in God endures. Equality, especially social equality, functions as a dogma for many socialist intellectuals. Hayek himself believed in equality before the law, derived from individualism, but rejected most other forms of equality as undesirable interferences. Yet, he never really grappled with why this passion for equality, this sense of inherent injustice requiring radical remedy, captured so many minds and fueled such political movements. So let's pivot to a conservative critique of Hayek, even as we admire his contributions. Hayek is undoubtedly a master of classical liberalism, rightly highlighting how liberty needs protection from the tyranny of the majority and the necessity of constitutional limits. He brilliantly argues that the state needs information generated within the spontaneous order of civil society, not imposed from above. He even suggests Democrats must accept this truth. But here lies a potential weakness in the liberal tradition, including Hayek's. What holds this large sphere of spontaneous processes together? How does it defend itself against fragmentation? Classical liberals often lean on the social contract idea, tracing society back to a hypothetical agreement. But as thinkers like David Hume pointed out, this misses something crucial. Contract doesn't create the bond, it depends on it. Without a pre-existing sense of membership, belonging, why obey the contract? Self-interest always tempts people to pretend to cooperate. Conservative thought has traditionally focused on defining and defending this bond of membership, love of country, family, community, seeing liberal individualism as potentially threatening it. Contractual ties are vulnerable to self-interest. Bonds of membership are strengthened by shared trials, love, and loyalty. Hayek focused on methodological individualism. Explaining collectives through individual plans might overlook how individual plans rely on shared mental states, on a collective identity. He's wary of Hegelian notions of the Volk or Gemeinschaft, But membership isn't just another spontaneous order like the market or tradition. It's not a solution to a coordination problem. It's the condition from which both problems and solutions arise. It's the glue that holds the liberal project together, something Hayek doesn't give sufficient weight to. What is this membership Hayek underemphasizes? It's that politically charged first-person plural, the we that defines a nation, a people. It arises from shared history, language, territory, allegiance, creating a clear distinction between insiders and outsiders. Only when this sense of belonging is strong are people willing to submit to a common rule of law and prioritize contractual obligations to strangers over narrower tribal or family ties. This bond fuels motives like love of country, gratitude for what sustains us, and fear of dissolution and anarchy. These feelings create a reservoir of loyalty that allows communities to persist, overcoming the free rider problem. Loyalty enables sacrifice, the willingness to forego maximizing personal utility, even to lay down one's life for the sake of the group. Liberals, especially in Hayek's mold, often downplay or try to replace this with purely contractual relationships. But the conservative critique is that this ignores a vital element. Membership isn't just another spontaneous order. It comes with an imperative force often rooted in religion or secular nationalism. It's not a choice made in the marketplace. It's a given, a condition for social cohesion. When the conditions of membership are threatened, think of uncontrolled immigration from groups perceived as disloyal or antagonistic. The entire edifice of liberal order becomes precarious. The alternative isn't a neat social contract creating a neutral sovereign above society. That's the Hobbesian nightmare Hayek rightly rejects, replacing adaptive evolution with a rigid, potentially oppressive master plan. This brings us back to that nagging question Hayek couldn't fully resolve. Why does egalitarianism, the belief in social equality, persist so stubbornly? This passion predates modern socialism, finding powerful expression in Rousseau. There's no consensus on how to achieve it, what it even means, or why it's so desirable. Yet arguments against it seem to fall on deaf ears for those deeply committed. Hayek correctly identified the intellectual's bias towards utopian visions and the zero-sum mentality that often underpins critiques of capitalism. If someone gains, someone else must lose. This view fuels attacks on profit, inheritance, private schools, anything that creates unequal advantages. The idea that inequality might actually benefit both parties, the rich and the poor, the successful and the less so, is often dismissed as irrelevant or simply ignored. John Rawls tried to justify inequality under his difference principle, but only if it benefits the worst off. But why must the justification be framed solely in terms of benefits to the underdog? Why not consider the benefits enjoyed by those at the top? Hayek's framework, focused on spontaneous order and individual liberty, struggles to account for this deep-seated human desire for equality, this sense of inherent injustice that seems to transcend mere economic calculation. It remains a profound challenge for any theory seeking to understand modern political dynamics. Continuing from our discussion on Hayek's core values, it's clear that his views on how society and even our minds evolve are often where the real fireworks happen. Many scholars have come out swinging, calling his ideas dogmatic or crude. But let's try a different angle today. We're going to unpack his thoughts on social evolution and the mind, showing how they're not just separate topics, but deeply intertwined parts of his larger intellectual project. The key is seeing how his evolutionary insights fit into his broader analysis of complex systems, rules, and spontaneous order, something many miss. So, right at the heart of Hayek's approach to understanding complex things like societies are these twin ideas: evolution and spontaneous order. Now, some folks might look at these two and say, evolution, spontaneous order, aren't those just buzzwords thrown together? But Hayek wasn't playing games. He consistently linked them, suggesting that if you want to grasp how complex systems work, especially social ones, you need both evolutionary thinking and the concept of spontaneous order. Think of it as his go-to toolkit for tackling the really messy, intricate problems of human interaction. To truly get Hayek, we absolutely have to make sense of this twin ideas thesis. Okay, so what makes something complex according to Hayek? He lays out 7 key features, most of which are pretty standard in modern complexity theory. First, complex phenomena involve lots of variables. Hayek even defines complexity partly by the sheer number of variables, though later thinkers might argue it's more about how those variables interact. Second, and this is crucial, organized complexity arises not just from the individual parts, but from how they're connected. This leads to emergent properties. New patterns pop up because of the interactions, not just the sum of the individual elements. Think liquidity in water. You can't predict ripples from knowing about a single molecule. Third, these systems can be tightly coupled. A small nudge here can cause massive shifts elsewhere. Fourth, they tend to be self-maintaining, persisting, and adapting. Fifth, they're rarely in equilibrium. Theories might show a tendency towards it, like price theory showing prices move towards equilibrium, but predicting the exact price is another story. Sixth, they're constantly novel, always changing, always discovering new things. And finally, because of all this complexity, there's no single global controller who knows everything needed to manage the whole system effectively. That last point, by the way, hits right at the heart of his critique of central planning. Now, given these characteristics of complex systems, what does this mean for science trying to study them? Hayek argues quite bluntly, forget predicting the specific future state of every single part. In physics, we can often nail down predictions with precision. But in complex systems like an economy, we simply can't. It's like trying to solve non-linear equations. There isn't just one answer. So, what can we do? We can predict the range of phenomena we should expect and understand the general principles governing the system. We can figure out the boundaries within which the system will likely operate. This distinction is huge. It's why Hayek warns against using scientific models to engineer society. If we can't predict the specifics, trying to centrally control the outcome is doomed to fail. It's about understanding the rules of the game, not predicting every throw of the dice. Let's zoom in on Hayek's application of this to society. He makes a critical distinction between the specific rules people follow, like don't steal or keep your promises, and the emergent social order of actions that results when many people follow such rules. His insight is profound. The same overall pattern of cooperation could arise from wildly different sets of individual rules. Imagine 2 villages with completely different customs, yet both manage to cooperate effectively for irrigation. Conversely, the same set of rules might lead to very different outcomes depending on the environment. What really matters for a group's survival, Hayek insists, is this emergent order of actions, not just whether individuals follow rules. It's easy to misunderstand this. Someone might say, aha, the group is just a mirror image of its rules. But Hayek says no. The order is more than just the reflection. It's an emergent property shaped by the interplay of rules and context. This focus on the pattern, not just the parts, is fundamental. So we have this idea of spontaneous order explaining how a complex social order emerges and maintains itself. Think of economics explaining how markets coordinate exchange. But Hayek points out that's still mostly a static picture. It tells us how the system works now, but not how it got that way or how it changes over time. Real-world systems are shaped by history, by the specific environments they've encountered. This is where evolutionary accounts come in. Hayek saw evolutionary thinking as providing in-principle explanations for how these complex orders change and develop. It's like Darwinian evolution in biology. It explains the principles guiding species development, showing what's possible and impossible, without predicting the exact future of any particular organism or species. Hayek's genius was applying this evolutionary logic to the intricate dance of social cooperation. Let's boil down Hayek's core idea of social evolution. What are we trying to explain? The explanandum is the rise and development of this emergent social order of actions. The Great Society, as he sometimes called it, the overall pattern of coordinated action. And how do we explain it? The explanans is an evolutionary process. Think of it like this. The rules and institutions that form the social order are selected through competition. Not just between individuals, but between different social orders, different ways of organizing cooperation. Which order prevails depends on how well its constituent rules and institutions perform in the real world, in the specific environment it faces. There's a rough analogy here to biological evolution. Think of rules like genes and the social order like an organism. Just as genetic variation gives organisms advantages, variations in rules give social orders advantages in the competitive landscape. Now, a common confusion arises here. People hear Hayek talk about practices being maintained because they help the group survive, and they think, oh, that sounds like functionalism. In biology, functionalism explains a trait like a heart by its function pumping blood. So, does Hayek mean rules exist because they serve a function for the group? Hayek would say, no, that gets it backwards. Evolutionary explanations like Darwin's are causal explanations of development. They tell a story about history, about competitive pressures that selected certain traits. The function of a heart is a consequence of that evolutionary history, not the reason it exists. Similarly, for Hayek, once we understand the evolutionary story of how a social order developed, we can then observe that the rules within it often serve functions that contributed to its success. But the existence of those rules is explained by the evolutionary process, not by their current utility. It's the history that explains the present structure, not the present function explaining the past selection. Alright, so how does this selection actually happen? Hayek emphasizes competition for survival, but crucially, it's the competition between social orders of actions, not individuals. This is key to why he's not a social Darwinist in the crude sense. He stresses that the rules themselves are the carriers of advantageous traits. However, he sometimes uses the term groups, which can be a bit slippery. Does this imply individuals should sacrifice for the group's survival? That opens up classic collective action problems, the prisoner's dilemma, where acting for the group's good might not be rational for the individual. Hayek pushes back. His focus is on the order of actions, the system of cooperation enabled by rules. These rules actively regulate behavior. Furthermore, he has a fascinating idea. Our very conception of reason is shaped by the social order we live in. Successful social orders, he suggests, evolve ways of thinking, ways of reasoning, that encourage people to follow the rules that keep the order functioning. It's not just about survival instinct, it's about culturally embedded notions of rationality. Another potential mechanism Hayek highlights is comparative growth in wealth and population. The idea is simple. Groups with better rules, better customs, tend to become wealthier and grow faster. They can expand, fend off threats, and perhaps more importantly, attract people from other groups. Think about historical examples. Often, more prosperous, well-coordinated societies did seem to absorb or influence less successful ones. Now, some critics point fingers, saying, look at Western countries with low birth rates, or China's massive population despite authoritarianism. Hayek would counter that evolutionary selection isn't about isolated snapshots. It's about long-term trends and overall fitness. A society might experience a temporary boom or face unique demographic shifts. The question is whether, over the long haul, certain types of cooperative orders are simply better at sustaining larger populations and generating prosperity, giving them a cumulative advantage. The collapse of command economies, which clearly struggled to produce enough wealth, certainly lends some weight to this idea. Hayek also points to an endogenous mechanism, something happening within the social order itself. Remember our gene-organism analogy? Here, it's like there are pressures on the genes from two sides. Similarly, rules face selection pressure from two directions. First, there's the big picture. Do the rules help the entire social order compete successfully against other orders? Second, there's the internal dynamic. Do the rules gain acceptance and support from the individuals living within that society? Individuals might break rules if they feel it benefits them locally, even if it hurts the group in the long run. This internal friction, this tension between individual incentives and group norms, is actually what drives gradual evolution and improvement. Hayek even suggests that new rules, the mutations in this cultural evolution, might arise more readily when existing rules aren't working well for people. When things are tough, people experiment, break old molds. This makes the idea of selection based on growth or prosperity more plausible, as declining societies might see increased rule breaking and experimentation. Okay, we have selection mechanisms. But for evolution to work, you also need a replicator, something that copies itself accurately enough. In biology, it's the gene. Hayek sees rules as the replicators in social evolution. How do they copy? Through imitation, through cultural transmission, like norms spreading during colonization. But here's the rub: imitating behavior, copying the output, is notoriously unreliable. Think of a game of telephone. The message gets distorted. If each generation just copies the previous one's actions, without understanding the underlying rule, the rule could drift into something completely different over time. For evolution to function properly, the replication needs to be reasonably faithful. Hayek's challenge, however, seems significant. He insists that many of the rules guiding us are unconscious, habits, propensities to act, things we don't explicitly know or articulate. If rules are largely unconscious, how can they be copied accurately across generations without the aid of explicit language or instruction? This fidelity problem is a major hurdle for his account. To tackle this fidelity problem, Hayek turns to his fascinating theory of the mind. He was actually an early pioneer in neural network modeling, building on associationist psychology. Think of it like this: our minds are like vast networks of interconnected nodes, neurons. Thoughts aren't little homunculi in the head. Instead, they emerge from patterns of activation across these connections. When something happens, it triggers a pattern of activation. Similar events trigger similar patterns, leading us to perceive them as the same. Learning happens when the strengths of these connections' weights change based on experience. Past experiences aren't stored directly, they're encoded indirectly in the altered structure of the network. Hayek's contribution was applying this connectionist idea to understand perception, learning, and ultimately, how rules are acquired and followed. So, how does this neural network view help with rules and replication? First, Hayek sees the mind fundamentally as a classification engine. The central nervous system takes the raw, undifferentiated input from the world and channels it through the network, creating a structured experience. Two events are perceived as the same if they trigger the same neural configuration. This means the mind operates like a set of rules, mapping inputs to perceptions. Crucially, Hayek doesn't equate mind with consciousness. Much of this rule following, this processing, happens unconsciously. Consciousness itself, he suggests, operates on similar connectionist principles. And this extends to action. Just as perception is rule-governed, so too is action. Practical rules connect patterns of sensory input to patterns of motor output. Following a rule means having a disposition to act in a certain way when triggered. This neatly connects back to his idea of unconscious rule following. Second, learning in this model is about shaping the network. The mind learns about the world by having its neural connections reinforced or weakened by the environment. Our mental map of the world is forged by experience. This directly supports Hayek's famous claim that reason is shaped by culture. Our capacity for reason, our neural architecture, is formed in the specific social and cultural context we inhabit. This explains how cultural evolution influences our very capacity for thought. And this offers a potential solution to the fidelity problem. Rules aren't just copied behaviorally, they're encoded into the structure of the neural network. Because we share similar environments, our brains develop similar maps, similar sets of connections, ensuring high-fidelity transmission of rules, even unconscious ones. Cultural selection, therefore, creates reason. The evolution of society drives the evolution of the mind. The brain is essentially an organ designed to absorb and navigate the cultural environment. Third, this neural network view is inherently decentralized. Intelligence isn't controlled by a central boss in the brain. It emerges from the complex interactions across the entire network. This resonates perfectly with Hayek's argument that the rules of society collectively possess more intelligence than any single person's thoughts. Both the societal order and the individual mind are decentralized systems. Fourth, the mind itself is another complex phenomenon. We can understand its principles, but full comprehension, especially self-comprehension, is limited. Hayek argues forcefully that the mind cannot fully explain itself. Any model of X requires processes outside of. To model our own minds, we'd need mental processes outside our minds, which is impossible. Plus, because mental states depend on the whole network, we can't even adequately model just a part of the mind. It's a logical dead end, he concludes. The idea of the mind explaining itself is nonsense. So wrapping up, Hayek's work on social evolution and the mind is far more sophisticated than often portrayed. It's a tightly integrated system dealing with complexity, the limits of prediction, evolutionary processes, and the nature of the mind. This helps us see past some common criticisms. Is he contradictory? No. Knowing the principles why central planning fails doesn't mean we can predict the optimal outcome of complex processes. Is he a rigid traditionalist? Not necessarily. While he respects evolved norms, his theory allows for change driven by individuals responding to local conditions, though he's deeply skeptical of top-down attempts to reshape society. And does it lack normative grounding? Hayek argues that because cultural evolution shapes our very understanding of reason and morality, the norms that survive evolution do have a legitimate claim to our attention. Ultimately, Hayek offers a compelling, if challenging, perspective, one that acknowledges the profound limits of our knowledge about complex social systems, yet provides powerful arguments for liberty and caution against the hubris of central control. Continuing from our previous discussion on the evolutionary perspective of social and mental evolution, we now delve into a specific thinker who grappled deeply with these ideas in the context of law and justice. F.A. Hayek. We're looking at his take on what makes rules just, especially those fundamental norms that keep large, diverse societies from descending into chaos. Hayek argues against the usual suspects, particularly utilitarianism, and offers something quite different. So Hayek paints this picture of two kinds of societies. First, the Great Society, think of it as the messy, vibrant, complex web of interactions we actually live in. It's built on individual freedom, letting people pursue their own goals using their unique knowledge. The glue holding it together. Simple negative rules: don't steal, don't lie, honor your promises. Freedom here isn't just doing whatever you want, it's being protected by these rules, even constrained by them. Crucially, this whole system doesn't come from some grand blueprint. It emerges spontaneously because everyone follows these basic rules. Relying on local knowledge, nobody has a God's eye view. The result is an order we couldn't have planned, full of surprises. Then there's the design society or organization. Think a company or army. Everything is directed towards one specific goal set by the boss. People follow orders to achieve that single purpose. The law here is just commands from the top. Government, in Hayek's view, is interesting. It's an organization designed to create and enforce those protective rules for the great society, but it operates within that society, not above it. Its job is to maintain the framework, not dictate every outcome. Hayek is fundamentally opposed to what he calls constructivist rationalism. This is the idea that if something serves a purpose, it must have been deliberately designed for that purpose. If an institution exists, it must have been created with a specific goal in mind, and therefore we should redesign everything based on our known purposes. Think Benthamite utilitarians wanting to calculate the greatest good for the greatest number, or even some forms of Kantianism focused solely on outcomes. Hayek says nope, especially for the abstract rules of conduct like don't steal. They didn't spring fully formed from someone's mind, they evolved. Groups that figured out rules promoting peace and cooperation survived better, expanded, and others copied them. Over time, people started seeing these patterns as discovered laws, not commands handed down by some authority. Their power comes from this historical process, not from political decree. This is a huge challenge to the constructivist view that rationality demands deliberate design. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of justification. Hayek uses the term utilitarianism in a couple of ways which can be confusing. First, the broad sense. Any theory that judges actions as right or wrong based on how well they produce some kind of concrete social outcome. Think calculating pleasure versus pain, or efficiency versus waste. This includes both looking at individual acts, act utilitarianism, and general rules, rule utilitarianism. Hayek then has a wide sense where almost anyone who asks why we should hold certain values is a utilitarian. But notice he includes Aristotle and Hume here. What connects them? They all try to identify the function or purpose telos of rules. So Hayek seems to think that any attempt at rational justification is inherently teleological, finding a purpose. Here's the crucial twist. Hayek rejects the broad utilitarianism that aims for the best possible concrete outcome. He thinks that's impossible due to our ignorance. However, he does accept the wide sense, meaning he believes rules need a justifying purpose. His solution is a non-utilitarian teleological justification. He finds a purpose for the rules, but it's not about maximizing some measurable social product. It's something else entirely. Let's start with the easiest target, act utilitarianism. This is the idea that for every single action, you figure out all the possible consequences and pick the one that leads to the best overall outcome. Hayek tears this apart on two fronts. First, the big one, normative ignorance. We simply cannot rationally compare different concrete outcomes. Can you really say whether preventing one person's death is more valuable than creating $1 million worth of wealth? Or saving 10 lives versus curing a rare disease? These different ends, survival, prosperity, health, knowledge, don't share a common metric. There's no way to create a universal scale of value. Any ranking you come up with is just expressing your personal preferences, not objective reason. Second, this creates rationalist hubris. The belief that reason alone can figure out the best action in every specific case is an illusion. It's really just willfulness disguised as reason. Hayek points to Keynes admitting he and his friends were immoralists, ready to break any rule if it seemed beneficial in a specific situation. Hayek argues this leads directly to undermining all principles, because why bother with general rules if you can just calculate the best case-by-case outcome? Okay, maybe act utilitarianism is too simplistic. What about rule utilitarianism proper? This version says, okay, let's not judge every single action. Let's instead figure out which set of general rules would lead to the best overall social outcome if everyone followed them. Then we follow those rules. Sounds reasonable, right? Hayek says, nope, same problem. First, factual ignorance. Even if we could agree on the best outcome, can we predict what society would look like if we adopted, say, rule set X versus rule set Y? Hayek says almost certainly not. The complex interactions are just too unpredictable. Most effects are unforeseen. Second, even if we could predict the outcomes, we still hit the normative ignorance wall. How do we rank those predicted outcomes? Which concrete social world is better? As we discussed, we lack the common scale of values needed to make that comparison rationally. So, rule utilitarianism proper, despite its sophistication, still relies on the very kinds of knowledge claims Hayek says we demonstrably lack. Now there's another flavor often called indirect utilitarianism. This one acknowledges the problems with constantly calculating everything. It basically says, look, trying to figure out the best action for each specific case is too hard, costly, and prone to error. It's usually smarter to just follow standard moral rules like respecting freedom, honesty, etc., because that tends to lead to the best overall results most of the time. Hayek looks at this and says, still stuck in the same trap. Why? Because it still relies on factual predictions about what happens when we follow rules, and normative judgments about what's best. It just assumes these standard norms are the best bet, without providing a rational basis for that assumption given our ignorance. Hayek's deeper point is that appealing to expediency, even indirectly, undermines principles. If you only follow a rule because it usually works out, what happens when it doesn't seem to work out in a specific case? You'll be tempted to break it. Principles need to be respected for reasons beyond mere calculation. Hayek concludes that we need belief in certain general values, even if we can't prove they lead to the best specific outcomes. This requires a different kind of justification, moving beyond direct utilitarian calculation. So if we can't justify rules by pointing to the best possible concrete outcome, what can we do? Hayek proposes a radically different target for the rule's purpose. Remember his distinction between the Great Society and the Design Society? He suggests that the true telos, the ultimate aim of the rules of just conduct, isn't some specific, predictable state of affairs. Instead, it's the abstract order of actions. What does this mean? It's the underlying pattern, the structure, the framework of peaceful coexistence and mutually advantageous interaction that emerges when people generally follow rules like don't steal, respect contracts, etc. Think of it as the enabling environment for cooperation. This order is abstract because its specific manifestations are unpredictable. It's a model, a theoretical construct, not a concrete blueprint. The genius of this move is that it allows Hayek to maintain a teleological justification for rules while sidestepping the problems of ignorance. Compliance with the rules is the necessary means to sustain this abstract order. The order itself becomes the justified end. Why does this abstract order of actions work as a telos? Hayek argues it's the only viable option given our limitations. Science, he says, can understand the general nature of spontaneous order, how rules lead to this kind of framework, but it cannot predict the specific details. This avoids the constructivist trap of demanding proof that rules produce the best possible concrete outcome, which is impossible due to our ignorance. Our ignorance, both factual and normative, is actually a blessing here. It forces us away from trying to agree on conflicting specific ends. Instead, we can rationally converge on maintaining the abstract conditions that allow for peaceful, mutually beneficial interaction. This framework is ex ante advantageous to everyone, regardless of their specific goals. It provides stability and predictability without requiring impossible levels of agreement. Furthermore, this aligns with our evolved rationality. Hayek sees humans as not just purpose-seeking animals, but also rule-following animals. Our disposition to follow general rules is precisely what helps us navigate the complexity and ignorance of the world. Respecting these rules becomes rational because it sustains the very order that makes our complex lives possible. So what does this mean practically? Hayek applies this framework to the roles of judges and legislators. For judges, the aim isn't to decide cases based on what's expedient for some higher goal or what serves the authorities' desires. Their job is to maintain the ongoing order of actions. When existing rules clash or are silent, they shouldn't just make up a rule that feels right. Instead, they must fill the gap in a way that serves the same abstract order of actions that the existing body of rules makes possible. They're guided by the principles underlying the system, not by political winds. For legislators, Hayek sketches a constitutional model. The Legislative Assembly's job is to articulate and revise the rules of just conduct. But they're constrained by a basic clause. This clause requires that new laws apply to unknown future instances, and crucially, that they serve the formation and preservation of an abstract order whose concrete contents are unforeseeable. The point is to ensure that government stays focused on creating the right kind of framework, negative, general rules that enable spontaneous order, rather than trying to direct every outcome. So, wrapping up Hayek's argument on justice, he's trying to restore the fundamental importance of rules like don't steal, respect contracts. His strategy is to provide a new kind of justification, one that avoids the pitfalls of utilitarianism. He argues that these rules aren't justified because they produce the best possible concrete outcome, which we can't know or agree on. Instead, they are justified because they are the necessary means to achieve and sustain the abstract order of actions, that vital framework enabling peaceful, mutually beneficial interaction in our complex, diverse societies. This provides a rational foundation for upholding liberty and the rule of law, recognizing the limits of our knowledge and the power of spontaneous social order. We've been exploring the intricate dance of justice, order, and social cooperation. Now, let's pivot to a figure often seen through the lens of economics, Friedrich Hayek. His book, The Sensory Order, published way back in 1952, has been gathering dust on the shelves for decades, mostly ignored by philosophers. But recently, folks in economics and political science are digging it up, wondering if it secretly underpins his famous ideas about markets and society. Others spot echoes of connectionism in cognitive science. Yet the real philosophical goldmine, that's where we're headed. Despite not being a philosopher by trade, and despite his famous cousin Ludwig Wittgenstein and his pal Karl Popper, Hayek didn't really tap into the main currents of analytic philosophy in his time. But don't let that fool you. His take on the mind buried in this work is surprisingly profound. Now, why should we care about this old book? Well, forget the hype about it being the secret sauce for Hayek's economics or politics. Sure, both the mind and the market are complex, dynamic, unpredictable systems, so what? Is meteorology the foundation of everything then? No, that's just superficial. The real treasure in the sensory order is Hayek's attempt to build a philosophy of mind. It's not polished like modern academic writing, maybe lacks some buzzwords, but it tackles the big questions head on. Think Russell, Wittgenstein, Searle, Dennett. Hayek somehow manages to weave together threads from across the philosophical spectrum. Some might say it's a failed attempt at naturalizing the mind, echoing his friend Popper's view. But even if it stumbles, the way it stumbles is fascinating, offering unique lessons about the limits of our understanding. So how are we going to unpack this? First, we'll lay out Hayek's theory, trying to tease out its philosophical core. We'll see how his ideas connect to major thinkers, both his contemporaries and those who came later. And crucially, we'll look at how his unique blend of ideas might actually help fend off some standard objections that would sink other theories individually. Then we'll turn to the critique that really stung, Karl Popper's objections. We'll examine what Popper saw as the fatal flaw and argue that even though Hayek's view ultimately faced the same challenges as other naturalistic approaches, he tackled them with a certain heroic persistence, even if the battle was lost. Alright, before we dive into Hayek's specific take, let's quickly recap the philosophical battleground. When philosophers talk about the mind, they usually focus on two tricky things. First, qualia, that's the subjective feel of experience. Think about the pain when you stub your toe or the smell of fresh coffee. It's directly accessible only to you, right? That's the private subjective side. Second, intentionality, this is the aboutness of thought. Words like cat mean something beyond themselves, and our thoughts about cats are directed at actual cats. Language gets its meaning from us, users with minds. Both of these are problematic for naturalism. How can purely physical processes in the brain account for the unique subjective feel of qualia? And how can meaningless electrochemical signals in the brain magically acquire the rich meaning of intentionality, like language does? Explaining how these mental aspects relate to the physical brain and body, that's the classic mind-body puzzle Hayek tries to tackle. Hayek, in the sensory order, frames his problem specifically around sensory qualities, or qualia. He asks, how do these different physiological impulses in the nervous system become differentiated in their functional significance, so their effects mimic the differences between seeing red versus blue, or hearing a tone versus silence? His goal, he says, is to show that the system of relations between physical events mirrors the system of relations between mental events. Now hold on, this framing isn't neutral. It assumes upfront that there's an identity between these two systems of relations. It focuses on structure, on how things relate, rather than intrinsic properties. This immediately flags Hayek as engaging with deep philosophical waters, potentially aligning with structuralist ideas we'll see next. Where did Hayek get these ideas? A big influence was Ernst Mach. Mach had this radical idea. We only know the world through our sensory experiences, the qualia. Physical objects? Just bundles of sensations. Hayek agreed with Mach on the epistemological point. Our knowledge starts with these sensory qualities, a kind of empiricism. But here's where Hayek diverges sharply from Mach's anti-realism. Hayek believed there was indeed a real external physical world out there. How could he square this? By borrowing heavily from Moritz Schlick and Bertrand Russell. They argued that science doesn't tell us about the intrinsic nature of physical objects, but only about their causal structure. Think about it. We see a tree, but physics tells us about its mass, composition, gravitational pull, not about what it looks like or feels like intrinsically. Our sensory qualities, then, are features of our experience, not the external objects themselves. Hayek bought into this indirect realism. Another key influence was Rudolf Carnap, with his book The Logical Structure of the World. People often think Carnap just reduced the physical world to sensations like Mach. But Carnap also spent a lot of time analyzing the sensations themselves. He wanted to define sensory qualities systematically, based on their relationships to each other, creating a logical structure, an Aufbau. Hayek picked up this baton. He argued that the entire order of sensory qualities can be understood just by looking at all the relationships between them. Why? Because, as Hayek put it, you can only communicate differences between qualities. If a quality had some absolute non-relational feature, we couldn't describe it or communicate about it. This focus on structure as the key to intelligibility and scientific description strongly resonates with Carnap's project. Now, here's where Hayek gets really creative. Thinkers like Schlick and Russell use structuralism to understand our knowledge of the external physical world. We know its causal structure, not its intrinsic nature. But usually, they stopped short when it came to internal mental states like qualia. They thought introspection gave us direct access to intrinsic, non-relational qualities. Hayek flipped this. He said, "Hold on, why not apply structuralism to the internal world too?" So, just as we know the physical world only through its causal structure, Hayek proposed we know our mental world only through its structural relations. For him, all knowledge, whether of the external world or our internal experiences, is knowledge of structure. The difference isn't that only the physical world is relational, it's that the relations differ. If the mind is just a structure, and the brain is a physical thing that can also exhibit a structure, then maybe, just maybe, the mind-body problem becomes solvable. Hayek takes this structural idea one step further. He argues that the mental structure isn't just any abstract structure, it's a causal structure. The difference between seeing red and blue isn't some mystical essence, but the difference in the effects these experiences have, how they trigger other perceptions, memories, or actions. This sounds remarkably like functionalism, the idea that mental states are defined by their causal roles. Think about it. If the mind's essence lies in its functional organization, then in principle, a mind could exist in silicon chips, alien brains, or anywhere else, as long as the causal connections were right. Hayek explicitly said this, decades before functionalism became mainstream. However, his version wasn't the computer program kind. It was inspired by neuroscience, modeling the mind after the brain's operations, and identifying the mind with the brain's functioning in creatures like us. So, how does this work neurologically? Hayek imagines the brain forming connections. External stimuli hit the senses, triggering neural impulses. Repeatedly, certain groups of neurons fire together, associating with specific features of the world. An orange consistently triggers a particular pattern of impulses, different from those triggered by a car, even though both are orange. The distinctive quality of that orange experience, the feeling of arrangedness, doesn't come from some magic property of the impulses themselves. Instead, it comes from their position within the vast web of all the connections in the brain. Hayek uses the term superimposition. The brain superimposes various sets of neural activity, and this specific combination creates the conscious experience of an orange, along with the urge to eat it, distinguishing it from, say, the experience of an orange car. It's the whole interconnected pattern that matters. This combination of structuralism for both the external and internal worlds is quite striking. Hayek seems to be suggesting that the same reasoning that leads us to structuralism for the physical world, like Russell's point about perception being mediated by causal chains ending in the brain, should apply to introspection too. If we only perceive the end of a causal chain, a brain event, not the start, the external object, maybe we only introspect the end of another causal chain, the structure of our mental states, not their intrinsic nature. So, introspection itself is a kind of classification, a higher-order process monitoring lower-order mental states. This sounds uncannily like higher-order theories of consciousness, where consciousness arises when a mental state is represented or monitored by another mental state. It's a specific flavor of functionalism, focusing on this monitoring relationship. Okay, so functionalism often faces the objection, but the subjective feel, you can't reduce that to causal relations. Hayek's unique position might actually help counter this. Standard functionalism often takes for granted that the brain is like we experience it, a gray, squishy lump. Of course, an experience feels different. But Hayek, following Schlick and Russell, says hold on. That gray, squishy image is just our perceptual representation of the brain, not the brain itself. Just like the word water doesn't look like H2O, the fact that experience feels different from a gray lump doesn't mean it's not a brain event. Some Russellians tried to solve this by saying introspection reveals the brain's intrinsic properties, which are the qualia. But that feels contingent. Why these qualia? Could they be different? Doesn't that slip back towards dualism? Hayek's structuralism avoids this, since even introspection only gives us representations, relations, not intrinsic properties. There's no gap to bridge, no contingent identification needed. The structure is all. What about subjectivity? Does Hayek's approach capture the fact that qualia are experienced from a first-person perspective? Well, for Hayek, the first-person perspective and its associated qualia are the very starting point of all knowledge. He doesn't deny their subjective character. The argument is that defining qualia in terms of their relations within the introspective world itself doesn't seem to leave anything out, unlike defining them in terms of relations to an external, objective brain. It's harder to see what's missing when you're describing the internal landscape, using the internal landscape's own relational structure. So, Hayek's position seems less vulnerable to the charge that it fails to account for the subjective feel of experience. But wait, we've been talking about qualia, but haven't we been dancing around the other big problem? Intentionality? Representation, classification, subjectivity all seem deeply tied to meaning, to aboutness. Hayek's solution for qualia feels incomplete unless we understand intentionality. In fact, his account suggests that having qualia presupposes having intentionality. How? He links acquiring concepts, which is fundamentally an intentional act, to forming those neural connections correlated with external properties. The superimposition of neural impulses that creates the experience of an orange is essentially the superimposition of the concepts associated with it, orangness, roundness, etc. This leads Hayek to a startling conclusion. We have concepts before we have full-blown experience. Concepts aren't abstracted from experience, they enable experience. This primacy of the abstract is a Kantian echo, and it makes the question of how intentionality itself arises even more critical. Does Hayek offer an answer for intentionality? Well, yes and no. He argues that we cannot fully understand the mind, period, whether through naturalistic means or any other. But this limitation isn't proof the mind isn't physical, it's inherent in the nature of the mind itself. Why? Because of that regress we touched on. To consciously know something, like an orange, you need underlying unconscious concepts. To consciously contemplate those concepts, you need meta-concepts and so on. It's an infinite regress. Plus, there's a complexity issue. The system classifying things must be more complex than the things being classified. So, any explaining agent can only explain simpler things. Therefore, no agent can fully explain its own kind of complexity. The human brain can never fully explain its own operations. Mind equals bummer. This has interesting consequences. If the quality of an experience depends on its relations to everything else, and we can never make all those tacit relations explicit, maybe it seems like we're always missing something about quality. But Hayek might say, no, you're just not making the rest explicit yet. The real kicker is for intentionality. In his essay Rules, Perception, and Intelligibility, Hayek argues forcefully, the mind always acts on rules it cannot communicate. Not because some rules are inherently unstateable, but because understanding any rule requires appealing to higher-level rules, which remain unconscious. Meaning and intelligibility depend on this vast, mostly hidden context. We operate according to rules, but we rarely articulate the deepest rules governing our thought. This resonates strongly with John Searle's ideas. Searle talks about a network of intentional states. Your belief about elections shapes your desire to run, operating against a background of non-intentional capacities, like assuming there's an external world. This background is unconscious. Trying to make it conscious just reveals a deeper background. Infinite regress is avoided by simply acting on interpretations of rules without consciously choosing them. Hayek's analysis leads to a similar conclusion. Any explanation of intentionality must eventually stop at the brute fact of the creature acting according to rules. This echoes Gilbert Ryle's famous distinction between knowing that, explicit knowledge, and knowing how, tacit skill. Hayek concludes we'll always have a practical dualism, epistemological, not metaphysical, because our minds can't fully comprehend their own structure. We can grasp the principle, but not the exhaustive details. Now a potential worry arises. If our minds just operate based on arbitrary rules determined by our forms of life, doesn't that lead to relativism? Are our beliefs just culturally contingent? Hayek pushes back hard. He says there is a bridge to objective reality, evolution. Our neural wiring, our concepts, our rules, they aren't formed in a vacuum. They result from our interaction with the environment and the long evolutionary history of our species. Organisms that developed advantageous ways of classifying and responding to the world survived and reproduced. So our mental structures are shaped by objective realities. As Hayek puts it, sense experience presupposes accumulated knowledge based on past co-occurrence, and this knowledge, derived from experience, determines the possible forms of our experiences. It's not arbitrary, it's biologically and environmentally constrained. What about cultural rules, laws, customs, social norms? Surely those are more arbitrary. Hayek again says no, invoking cultural evolution. Rules and practices that help a group adapt to its environment tend to survive and proliferate. Those that don't tend to die out. So the mere survival of a cultural practice provides strong evidence for its adaptive value, reflecting objective facts about the human condition. There's a presumption of objectivity and utility, even if we don't always grasp it. This, Hayek argues, constrains our ability to radically reshape our basic assumptions. The mind is less a guide shaping culture than a product of cultural evolution. Culture and evolution created our reason, not the other way around. These cultural constraints, like biological ones, are rooted in objective reality. Hayek's evolutionary take on intentionality sounds remarkably similar to ideas developed much later by philosophers like Ruth Millikan and Daniel Dennett. They argue that meaning ultimately comes from biological function, what a mental state does for the organism or species. Dennett's concept of memes, cultural ideas evolving like genes, is a perfect parallel to Hayek's cultural evolution. Dennett, in particular, emphasizes that evolved meaning is likely ambiguous and inscrutable, given the messy trial-and-error nature of evolution. Both Hayek and Dennett seem to accept that we are products of long, complex evolutionary processes, biological and cultural, and therefore we shouldn't expect a neat, fully explanatory theory of ourselves. Some mystery will remain. This residual mystery, they suggest, doesn't imply the mind is non-physical. It just reflects the inherent complexity and ambiguity of evolution. But was Hayek right? Did he successfully naturalize the mind? Enter Karl Popper, Hayek's friend and fiercest critic. Popper read The Sensory Order and declared essentially, game over, causal theories of the mind are impossible. His target was Hayek's attempt to explain meaning and intentionality purely through causal chains, like neural wiring or evolutionary history. Popper had two main reasons for this devastating judgment. First, Popper argued that any causal theory of meaning is inherently circular. How do you explain meaning using causality? You say a brain state means cat because it's caused by cats. But how do you pick the right causal chain? Why stop at the cat? Why not the light reflecting off the cat's fur or the retinal stimulation? You decide where the chain begins and ends based on interpretation, based on what you think the meaning is. But that act of interpreting, of picking out significance, is itself an intentional act. So, you're trying to explain intentionality using a theory that already assumes intentionality. It's like trying to explain language using grammar, but defining grammar using language. Hayek himself had criticized behaviorists for doing something similar, ignoring the subjective element in stimuli. Popper accused Hayek of falling into the same trap with his causal chains. Popper's second, equally powerful criticism was about rationality. He argued that causal theories inevitably undermine the very notion of rational belief. How? Because to fit mental processes into a purely causal framework, you have to ignore their meaning and logic. A thought arises because of electrochemical properties, not because it logically follows from previous thoughts. If that's true, then none of our beliefs are ever rationally justified. We just think we are. But if rational justification is an illusion, then no argument, including the arguments for causal theories themselves, can be trusted. It's self-undermining. Hayek had previously criticized social theories that claimed all beliefs were determined by external factors, arguing they were self-undermining because they couldn't be rationally believed. Popper applied this exact same logic to Hayek's own causal theory of the mind. So Hayek drafted a response to Popper, but it never got finished. We don't know how he'd have tackled these devastating points. The truth is, explaining intentionality naturally has tripped up everyone from Brentano to Fodor to Popper himself. Hayek's attempt in the sensory order, while ultimately facing these hurdles, remains valuable. It was a bold, systematic effort to ground the mind in intentionality embedded in human practice, anticipating trends in philosophy and cognitive science. On the question of qualia, it offers a compelling alternative to current fashionable views. Perhaps it teaches us that reductionism has its limits, that we hit a ground floor when we get down to intentional action. If he failed, maybe we shouldn't be too harsh. And if his struggle makes us cautious about scientism, then we've learned a lesson that's very much in Hayek's spirit. That's our look at Hayek's fascinating, if ultimately troubled, journey into the philosophy of mind.